So very bright good evening to one and all present here. My name is Sushant Jaswal, Commissioner for ACC. And today we are going to conduct a Soapbox for the post of Academic Affairs Secretary. We have two candidates, Lakshay and Mehmet, along with us. So the Soapbox, which abruptly got ended on that particular day, now we are going to resume it from the very moment where we left it. So we are done with the cross-questioning, the first round of cross-questioning. We have two candidates, Lakshay and Mehmet, along with us. Make sure that we resume from the point where we left. Abruptly got ended on that. So now we are going to resume. Before further ado, I would request Lakshay to please move forward with this first cross-question. And just give me a time. I'll now keep the switch right. Just so Lakshay, you can go ahead with your second cross question, and accordingly we'll move.
Yeah, Sushant, just 1 second. Like before I start my round of questioning, I would like to make a clarification.
Sure.
Okay. So one clarification that I need to make is that in the previous
Lakshay, you can go ahead with your second
question that Mehmet had asked regarding the internship. Just 1 second. Okay. So I need to make a clarification. The way that the current team has one clarification that I need to make. Yeah, is that the way that the current team has used the official powers in the government machinery to create a fake website, which is right now just for testing purposes. I got the confirmation from the placement office. It is on the live domain. It is not on internship.iitm.ac.in. Okay. So this shows the clearly highly unethical and the bias of the current placement team, the current IPR course, the current academic affairs secretary, and the other course towards my opponent. Also, I will not be surprised today, like if something else comes up like this. So that is why I want to make clear. And also I want to make one more thing clear. The course that haven't given me proper fund days, they have denied fund day, or they have given me wrong fund days, I won't be entertaining their questions today.
I take that into concern just for the time being, because you're not allowed to say those clarifications. I gave you a chance to ask question, not to give clarifications, because otherwise then Mehmet also has the right to give clarification.
Can I clarify that?
Now he has to clarify because you took the opportunity to do so.
Okay, just to clarify, first of all, you didn't put in your feasibility report that you took feasibility from the placement team. You said the placement advisor and the placement office. Like I said in the clarifying question the last time, the placement advisor has explicitly said that you did not talk with them before the feasibility report. Now, coming to the internship.iitm.live, the reason it's not internship.iitm.ac.in is that the current internship process is going on in that portal. In your feasibility report also, you mentioned that this internship portal will be for the next year. Internship.iitm.live, just because live is there doesn't mean testing. If you had taken enough fund days, you would know the last year, when the placement portal was not yet ready and we were still operating on the old placement portal, and during December, during interviews, when we needed a new placement portal for the capability, we ran the portal on placement.iitm.live. It's not a testing platform. It's a platform we use for auxiliary purposes. You can ask the seniors who sat for placements that year. Every offer acceptance, everything was happening through that year through placement.iitm.live. Right now, internship.iitm.live is enabled with all the features required for the internship process, and also the additional features that you said you would put in your manifesto as well as your feasibility report. Again, this was developed not by the placement team. This was developed by Kandaswamy sir, the placement portal development officer in the placement office. Like you said, you checked in the feasibility that he would start working immediately. He did, and he completed it before your tenureship. How is this on that placement team? You never even put on the feasibility report that it was we who gave the feasibility, and the portal was not developed by us as well. You can go clarify the placement office right now. I'm sure the office is still there. He hasn't left. He developed the entire portal himself and it is ready. How is this an unethical practice from the placement team? You can maybe take.
Sure. Will not clarify that further because you're wasting your time.
Sure.
Okay, you go with a question so that we respect the time of the audience as well as your viewers. Yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah, so my first question to you is that, like, aside from having an incomplete feasibility report, you seem to have a lack of knowledge in accounting and finance as well.
Okay.
Because in your point of reduction of the placement and internship fees, you have conveniently left out the GST component that is there for the students to pay. And that is sent to the government, and that is not the income of the placement.
Okay, so that's actually a lack of funders from your side. The placement fees that we collect from the students right now, we collect incorporating GST. So essentially how it works is that 18% of what the fee we collect from the students go to the GST. It applies through the stack. So that is incorporated into the placement fees. Let's say last year when you collect 2,500, we account for the GST factor when we collect the fees from the students. It's already accounted from the student side. The reason why it's not accounted on the expenditure part is that there is actually something you said I don't have enough funders about it. That's why I'm clarifying this. But if you're actually working with a really reputed vendor, there's an option where if GST is paid during registration fee and when you're purchasing the service from vendors, you can actually get recredited GST. Okay, but that only applies to like reputed vendors, like smaller vendors, like a food stall might not be able to, like the stack and the major vendor needs to be on board with that. And some of the approximately, I think this year 30% of the GST we got recredited like that. So yeah, the GST is already accounted in the student side. It was already accounted this year as well. So is it in the budget?
Okay, so firstly, yeah, so my first follow-up is that I'm not talking about the GST that we're getting from the vendors.
Right.
I'm talking about the GST that the students pay. The fees that you will receive from the students, you have to pay the GST on that. And I had done my personal calculations as well. And if you do the calculations regarding like whatever, after removing the component of GST, it still comes out to be a loss of total 9 lakhs. Also, in your feasibility report, you have conveniently left out the MS PhD students as well that pay 1350 fees. You have included them as the regular BTech students only.
Okay. First of all, like I tried to clarify the first question, you did not get it. The GST we pay, we count in the expenditure. If you have seen the placement budget, the expenditure we pay to the stack post taxation is counted in the logistics cost of placement and internship. You can check with the placement office also if you want. Regarding MS PhD students, again, they will be only be required to pay the whatever amount they're paying right now. I'm reducing the fee for every other student. Yes, second follow.
Yeah, so my second follow-up is that in your calculation, however, MS PhD students have not been accounted for separately. Okay, I'm telling that. Also, I want to in a follow-up regarding the companies. You have stated that you will be expecting around 300 companies to pay. So what you will be doing to ensure that like the 300 companies actually pay the company registration fees, and like what is the what are the other situation in the case that 300 don't pay?
Okay, so in case you were not aware this year, we way before COVID happened, before we started collecting fees on the companies, the placement registration fee was 3,500 per student. Then we started collecting fees on the company and we reduced it to 2,500. Then in the online year, we stopped collecting fees from the companies, not from the students. And when we resumed offline this year, we had ongoing effects of restriction as well. And when we instituted the procedure of collecting fees from the company, we made sure this year that we did not make it mandatory for the companies. If you handled enough companies, you would know that companies had the option to bypass the payment, and we did not follow up for companies because we were worried that this year, if actually we force the companies to start giving us money, and this is the first offline year, we would worry that it would actually hit the offers and the number of profiles that came in. But after careful consideration of data analysis that we did, based on the companies that paid here and gave offers, as well as the companies who registered in other IITs, we are confident next year that we can actually mandate every company to pay. In fact, IIT Bombay also asked every single company to pay the same amount of money. And given the fact that our IIT is now on par with IIT, closely on par with IIT Bombay in terms of placements and internships, it is somewhat demeaning to say that we can't demand the same standards from companies.
So we now will move on to your second question. You may ask your second question.
Okay, so in your manifesto point, there is a point regarding crediting online VSc programs. Before the feasibility deadline itself, this was already proposed in the Board of Academic Courses. In fact, if you keep up with IITM administration, a few days ago, this was passed in the Senate. This is a second point in a manifesto that's already been completed before not even the start of a tenureship, but before the election. So how do you justify as an aspiring academic affairs secretary taking credit for initiatives that the institute is going, actually conducting right now?
Okay, so I'll tell you about like what had happened. So when I had gone to take fund days from the current academic affairs secretary, Mr. Ram Kamal, he did not tell me anything about the things that were in the pipeline regarding the administration. Okay. And I had when I had gone to the Dean of Academics regarding this point, he was very enthusiastic about this and he had actually congratulated me for bringing up this point. And actually, I'm very happy that this was passed in the Senate just a few days back, which was after the manifesto and submission deadline, because of which I could not make any alterations in my manifesto and my feasibility report.
It's very interesting that you say,
First follow-up.
yeah, the first
Okay,
one. It's
first
very interesting that you say that, you took academic feasibility from the academic affairs secretary when you mentioned DNAC in the feasibility report. But anyways, let's ignore the fact that you said DNAC just congratulated you. But coming to the third point in your manifesto, the Grammarly
So
license.
you do not want to use your follow.
This will be next, this will be a different one.
Different question does not
Yeah.
make set a follow.
Okay, so
You
no,
have-
I want to address another point that is done completed in the manifesto.
Yeah, that is a different question altogether.
Okay,
Okay, you move on to your third question.
no,
That's-
I can ask a separate follow-up to this question. Right?
Separate follow-up means a follow-up needs to be related to your.
Yeah,
question.
so I can ask
Ah.
a follow-up regarding this online BSc
Okay,
program.
yeah, right. So you can ask your first follow-up, which you didn't. You haven't asked.
Yeah, I'll ask now.
Yeah.
Okay, so you just mentioned that the DNAC congratulated you for bringing up the point. Do you think the DNAC did not just tell you that it's been already proposed in Board of Academics, or do you think it's a lack of communication skills from you to understand that it's already been proposed in Board of Academic courses? And okay, that's my first one.
So regarding when I had, firstly, I'd like to clarify, I didn't, I am not saying that I went to the academic affairs secretary for taking the feasibility. I am saying the academic affairs secretary did not tell me about the things that were in the pipeline right now with respect to the administration. Okay, now coming to the Dean AC part. So the Dean AC, he congratulated me, but he had informed me that this would be put up in the Senate meeting, but he hadn't informed me when it would be put up. Okay.
Okay,
Second follow-up.
second follow-up. You do realize that there was a Senate meeting coming up. And if it is already passed in the BSc, it is a procedure for it to be taken up in the Senate and you to the IIT professors have to take up. So are you saying you have no fundamental understanding how BSc and Senate works? Or are you saying that you did not even bother to ask when the DNAC will be introducing it in the Senate?
Okay. Yeah. So regarding the Board of Academic Courses, yeah, I know these things have to be raised in the Board of Academic Courses with them, present them in the Senate. Okay. Now regarding this point, so the Dean AC had clearly said that he was currently formulating in which Senate that it will be introduced, because I had gone to take the feasibility for regarding this point a long time back in the month of January.
Okay.
So at that time that this was the situation, and the Senate meeting actually happened after the this manifesto deadline got over. So that is why I could not change that point from a manifesto.
So Lakshmi, now you may ask a third question.
Yeah. So my third question is regarding your A-Gate initiative. Yeah. So currently the director has been envisioning an app called as Viman. Okay. Where he plans to store all of the data regarding the different courses, which are actually primed to through a different portal. So what is the need to create a new portal and waste the resources of CIFA and the computer center?
Okay. So Viman is a wiki-like initiative where not only academics, but regarding every sphere, data is compiled and put it as a one-stop destination where students can come up and look at the data. If you've taken a look at my manifesto or feasibility report, A-Gate is much more than a Wikipedia with information. It is an active engagement tool with features to raise complaints, features to raise tickets, as well as to disseminate information to the student community. And if you're saying that there is no relevance for a particular stream of information regarding A-Gate, let's just compare the fact that Institute has an multiple official websites, but still Institute dedicates a website called academics.it.in for their official purposes. So are you saying academics is not important, that you shouldn't have a specific portal, or what is your point?
Yeah. So currently we already have a lot of portals regarding the academics. Okay. So now I'll start my first follow-up. So firstly, my question is regarding the specifications. So who will look after this? Will there be a separate team made? And also many professors do not give out the course details also, and many faculty don't allow their end semester papers to be put on the portal. And even the course instructor do change. It is a very dynamic process. So how will you be handling all of that?
Okay, so that's a very broad, I think it's one specific question, but I'll answer all of those. So regarding who will be looking after the portal, it will be the AS executive committee that will take care of the portal. There will be one coordinator selected from each department to the AS executive committee who will be in charge of compiling the resources and moderating this site. There will also be AS WebOps and MobOps team that I mentioned in the feasibility report who will look on the tech side of things. And now coming to specific professors not willing to put up ends and papers, I've already talked to the DNAC about this, and he said there will be a few edge cases where professors are completely not on board with giving out question papers, but most of the professors are okay with that. And even in the cases of professors where they are not initially willing, the fact that so many other professors put it up and it becomes a practice in institute. And I also have the backing of Dean AC where we can go talk with the Dean AC as well as HOD to those professors. I'm sure that I can convince most of these professors to put in resources to the A-Gate.
Yeah, okay. So, second follow-up. So personally, I had gone to talk to my department HOD, Meta HOD. Okay, he straight away said no, that most of the professor in the metallurgy department won't be ready to allow their end semester papers. Okay, that it's good that you took feasibility from a Dean AC, but it would have even been better if you actually had gone talk to few HODs of different departments. Okay, so and also the guidelines regarding this are already present on workflow and the academic.iitm.ac.in. So why is there a need to do this? Like when they already is academic.iitm.ac.in.
So I believe the question is why is there a need to combine all the resources into a single platform? That I believe this shows a situation where you're not actually in sync with what the student community requires. A lot of students actually don't know a lot of these rules and don't know where to exactly go find these rules. Some of it is scattered in workflow, some of it is scattered in the academic.iitm.ac.in, some of it is scattered in the student service folder that the Dean AC is actually doing. What I am going to do is, and some of them are actually just in ordinances that you have to go to the website, download and read through it. I found all of these rules when I was preparing for, my candidates as academic secretary. So all of these points are very scattered, and the purpose of the portal is to bring them all together, so that students can just go to the portal and see all the rules that are relevant to them.
Your third question.
My third question. So regarding the grade upgradation point that you mentioned, if you talk with the Dean AC recently, he would have told you that he's actually put this proposal forward to the HODs, and they've all said that they do not agree with this proposal. They do not want to bring forward this initiative. So how are you proposing it to get it passed in the Senate?
Yeah, so firstly, regarding this point, I talked with the Dean Academics, okay, and I talked to the SGS as well. SGS is also a member of the Senate. Okay, so I talked to him. I taken when the Dean AC, when I was discussing this with the Dean AC, he told me that if you introduce some restrictions into this current point, so more HODs will be willing to do this. So firstly, the thing is that we need to ensure that only the students who are in the most need, those who have D or E, only get to use this facility, and this facility be restricted to only once or twice per year. So through this, we can get the HODs of more department to actually accept this.
As I said, Denis is already talked to HODs and their views, but coming to the point about SGS, you do realize that Senate doesn't work like SLC. This is first follow. Senate doesn't work like SLC. There's no simple majority. There's no 2/3 majority. Every single professor in the Senate have to unanimously approve a point for it to get passed in the Senate. Are you saying that in spite of Dean AC saying that HODs have refused to bring in the point, you will convince every single professor in IITM to allow this point in the Senate? Are you asking the student community to blindly believe you?
Yeah. So okay, first of all, I'll tell you, there is no single point which is raised in the Senate which does not get which does get the approval of all of the members of the Senate. Always there will be some disagreements. Okay. When I was talking to the Dean AC, he had raised this point to me as well. And I had taken the proof of concept from my department HOD, from the metallurgy department. Okay. So this will be a process which will take some time. Okay. And in the meantime, we will have to go one by one and talk to all of the stakeholders in the Senate. And I'm really sure that this is a very good point for the students, and we'll be able to convince.
Okay. The second part of the question is, like I said, it's not going to be feasibly passed in the Senate, but let's say a version of this is passed. You are introducing two biases to the academic system right now. One, you're penalizing the students who got a C. By saying the students who got a D and D can take up the course, they're essentially penalizing all the students who got a C who won't have the opportunity to take. Secondly, for courses like, let's say PRML, which are ultra competitive in terms of taking the course and getting a good grade, what is to stop some students, let's say from certain departments, if they get reduced marks in quiz 1 and quiz 2, just voluntarily reducing the marks in themselves, get a D, then go up, follow up, and in the next semester get an S or an A. Isn't this adding to the competitive nature of many of the courses already existing, and you are penalizing the students who are getting a C?
Okay, so firstly, you need to understand like what was the essence of this point actually. The essence of this point actually was to only help the people who are in the most need. Okay, and this point ties with the mental health of the students as well. Because you will agree with me that either a D or an E will crash a student CG. Okay, and in that case, the morale of the student is also effective. That is why I had brought this point in my manifesto. And coming to regarding, if you get a D or an E in a course, taking a few HKs aside, it is mostly that the students did not understand the fundamentals of the course, and it is the duty of the student to also and as an academic secretary to ensure that the learning part is actually upheld when he retakes the course and he learns the basic fundamentals of the course and he is able to get like pass with a good grade.
Fine, follow through.
No, you're both the follow-ups are done. Okay. So we're done with the cross questioning round so far. Now we'll move on to the AC, right? Executive committee and executive council members are requested to kindly raise their hands so that I can allow you to. Yeah, sure. So that now I can allow you to ask a question. Since AS is there, Academic Affairs Secretary, Ram Kamal. Just a moment. I would request you to kindly begin the questioning round from the EC spot.
Am I audible? Can people hear me?
Just a moment. Just a moment. Yeah. Can you speak loud, Ram Kamal?
Can people hear me?
You both of you
Yeah.
can hear it? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, I would like to address the issues that came up on the other day in the floor of the AAS Soapbox. I think it's very unfortunate that, some small misunderstanding between groups that came resulted in the Soapbox having to be halted and conducted in online mode. Firstly, I'd like to take a moment to address that this is not something that any of us does want happening. And I hope that this is not something that we see in the future as well, because it does not really, this is not really what the institute stands for as a whole. So the first thing that I would like to ask is Lakshya regarding some of the points he had concerns he had brought forward during his cross questioning. So the part where you said that me or some of the cores were resisting fund days, I do not agree. I specifically asked you to bring a set of questions that you wanted me to clarify, and I think they'll be clarified. And yeah, if you had brought me admin related questions, it's fine. I could have answered them, but that's okay. I think that's done, and we don't really have to get into that right now. So my first question is regarding your manifesto and some of the points that are mentioned over there. So interestingly, I also spoke to the Dean of Academic Courses. Like I have a monthly meeting with them regarding initiatives, both the relaxation of attendance criteria, the crediting online degree courses, and repeating course for grade improvement. All these three initiatives, I spoke with them over, I think 1.5 months back, somewhere in end of December or January. And when I spoke to the Dean of Academic Courses regarding these points, he was very surprised to see that this was one of the manifesto one of the candidates. And he in fact told me that, I think he probably got the points from our conversation. And I don't think this is anything of original creativity that Lakshya can claim. And the next point that I would like to bring up is that I know for a fact that both of you spoke to BD and AC on February 13th and not somewhere in January like Lakshya proposed. So that is something I'd like to clarify. So beginning with the BSc online degree, first question I wanted to ask is, Lakshya, you said that the Dean of Academic Courses said it is already in proposal and it is being discussed. Whether he congratulated you or not is not relevant over here. So now you're telling me, since it's already being proposed, is it right that you can take credit for it? It's almost like copying an exam for someone else's work and telling that is something I will promise for the people. It's already in advanced stages. And you don't need to speak to me regarding this point. If you ask the Dean very clearly, sir, is there a 5% chance this will be passed in February? If he told yes, can you rightfully put it on your manifesto?
Okay. Yeah. So firstly, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So firstly, regarding the BSc Data Science program, like allowing the students to take these courses. Okay. I can assure you that when I talked to the Dean Academics, okay, he had told me that he hadn't described if it would be put up in the next Senate meeting. Okay. I would like to make this point clear. Okay.
Yeah, but the point here is, isn't it your duty to ask?
First
Yeah.
follow.
Yeah. So I accept that it was my duty to ask the Dean of Academics. I'm just making things clear from my perspective.
Okay. So yeah, the next, I don't want to waste more follow-ups on this. I'll just keep moving forward. So the next thing is regarding repeating course for grade improvement. So the fundamental problem with why faculty reject this is not exact. So to be an AS, you have to be a good lawyer. So you should understand this not from your students or this thing side. That is all comes under dean of students. You have to understand this from academics perspective. No institute in the country allows grade improvement exam, first thing. And the problem with grade improvement exams is not that students will be struggling to repeat courses. That is not the incentive. What happens here is there will be an even further rift between the faculty and the students. The student goes to class, let's say he's on trajectory for a C. This will give him incentive to go for a D or an E by putting P's in the answer. And imagine a faculty goes to a class where students don't want to listen to him. This is the sort of situation that will come up by proposing these kind of initiatives, and you will further widen the drift between the students and the faculty that already exists. So these are the kind of points why it was rejected by DNAC and not DNAC, by all the HODs unanimously. And it's not that DNAC will not propose any variant. Even when he proposed, he told the exact same things as, let's have 1 courses per year only for DRE. Every single variant got rejected. And this happened 3 weeks back. And like I said, DNAC told me, he was found it very interesting to see these points in your manifesto, given that these are all points you discussed with you on your call on February 13th, not in January. So what would you like to tell for that?
So like regarding what my what my plan for this point was actually. So it was only to for the students who have a D or an E. Okay. The agenda behind was a different agenda. Okay. What the Dean Academics and what you are talking about is also a valid point. But I believe if you see this from a different perspective, okay, if we can reintroduce some more changes into this criteria, okay, then I believe that it is a very good point for the students actually, because through this we are actually enhancing the learning of the students and not talking about the point in which a student who is on the trajectory of for getting a C, and then he will get and then he will try to get a D or an E in a course repeated. Okay, so firstly, this will be a very much edge case, because when you are doing such thing, okay, in that semester you are actually losing out on whatever the 9 or 10 credits that course was, because when you retake that course in your further semesters, at that time you won't be able to take some other course because of this. So that is why I feel that it is a very edge case for the student public.
Yeah, you feel it's an edge case, the HODs do not. Let me be very clear about that, right? So one other thing, if you want a policy, you can introduce pass-fail grades. If in the old curriculum, we had pass-fail grades, wherein a student, when he wants to take a course that's outside of his league and he thinks that this is not something he can do well in, he can decide to institute a pass or fail grade for that course even before he takes the course, because he takes it for just the learning opportunity. That enhances learning of students. So when you're coming up with the policy, don't just think about the student. You need to think about all the faculty who will be involved in decision making. So if you want to come up with the policy, you need to make sure it's airtight. So that's the thing. You need to put in more homework. Points that have less than a 5% chance of being passed or already in discussion, you cannot put on your manifesto rightfully, because you're promising it to the people. And you are a legislator. If this is a point you really cared about, you would have brought it up in SLC and asked me to take it to the BAC. This is not something you need to do as an AS. So these are the points I need to clarify here. So the next thing I'm coming to again is library upgradation. Grammarly premium was something that was discussed way back in the 3rd week of December in the library advisory committee. Not even in January, like you're going to claim now. It was discussed way back in December. And it was by me who brought it up to the LAC chairman back then. And even before your manifesto was released, it even came out on S-mail. Now you tell me, there are multiple, getting Grammarly reinstated, getting textbooks procured, all of these are your fundamental duties as an AS and not a manifesto point. And even more shameful is that one got finished even before your tenure, even before the manifesto came out. So are you trying to fool the GSB by putting these points on your manifesto? Because these are not points that are either your creativity or in the right timeline. And you could, if you really wanted to check, you should ask the right stakeholder for the timeline. You explicitly did not choose not to ask the timeline and coming here and defending with different excuses. So these 3 points are very much condemned in the fact that they should not belong in a manifesto. So I'm not asking a question here. I'll just keep moving on. So the next thing I'm going to ask is for Mavit.
Answer. Yeah, so actually it is very funny, Ram Kamal, that you actually put it up. I was seeing your manifesto, and in your same manifesto you had put a point regarding the library. So if you can put it, okay, and now you are changing your stance and saying that it is a duty of an academic affairs secretary. So it is very ironical. Also, talking about the Grammarly point, when I had gone talk to the librarian regarding this, so at that time, librarian had told me that it will take a lot of time because it involves a lot of stakeholders. That is why I had put this point in my manifesto, because an academic affairs secretary, I believe that I would have provided some valuable inputs during the library advisory committee meetings. So that is why I put this point in my manifesto.
Okay, so regarding that,
Hmm.
you knew that they are trying to procure it. They are negotiating with the vendor. They are negotiating the prices. This has already been put forward. Why is this in your manifesto?
What?
My question is, you knew they were negotiating for it. This has already been put up in the committee. This is already being negotiated. They are talking to the vendor. They are the ones finalizing the modes. Why is this in your manifesto?
Yeah, so academic affairs secretary is the part of the library advisory committee as well. And besides Grammarly, okay, like regarding the Grammarly initiative, that is there. Okay, as an academic affairs secretary, it is my duty to ensure the students get to access these types of licenses. Okay, it is not just regarding Grammarly or something else. Okay, other licenses will also be need to be procured. Okay, in my manifesto, if this point is there, then it is a statement to the gender student body that I'm actually caring about these points. And whenever if there is some issue, then the GSB can come raise this point directly to me, that this point was in your manifesto and you haven't done it, or there is some anything. So they can directly raise that to me and hold me accountable.
Again, like I said, this is part of your duty, and you are basically trying to put this on your manifesto to cheat people into thinking that this is your doing. This is not at all. This is something that's maintained by the library 24/7. And then you can basically tell that SGS can have on his manifesto saying, if current cut happens, I am one responsible. I brought the electricity fees down for the institute. So if firefighting is not something that is part of the manifesto. If a student knows that A is responsible for the Grammarly subscription, he will come to you anyway. There is no point in publicizing your role as something part of your manifesto. Right. That is the point here. Anyway, I think my follow-ups are as well over. So I'll move on to the next thing for Mevit. So the first question I would like to ask is regarding the transparency in walk-ins. So your manifesto has a whole theme that you want to make placements more transparent. So I'll be very clear. The placement process is confidential. The dialogue that happens between team and companies is very confidential. We don't put that out in the open because there are certain intricate policies and stakeholder analysis that has to be done, or only can be done by us. So 90% of the process will be done by the placement team because it is a 300-member strong team, and someone will be elected to carry out the mandate of conducting the placement process. This is something that's done every single year, and it has functioned smoothly. What exactly are you trying to imply by saying you want to make the process more transparent, including walk-ins? What exactly is the aim over here? Are you trying to imply that it was not transparent in the last year?
Okay. I think it's a two-part answer. One is specifically focusing on walk-ins, and second, regarding my vision about transparency in the placement sphere. So I'll answer the transparency in the placement sphere as well. You just said an arbitrary number that 90% of the process is what transfer it's between the team and the company, and it shouldn't be publicized to students. First of all, the arbitrariness 90% is quite baffling. Second of all, I do not believe that just because the team and the board of placements and the companies have an active discussion regarding rules, regarding policies and everything, it shouldn't be closed door to the students. If a student has a genuine concern about the placement policy, it is his right to ask, because at the end of the day, he is the one sitting for placements. The team can negotiate all we want. We try to maximize offers. We try to optimize the policies to improve the student community. But at the end of the day, the students are the ones sitting for placements. And I, as an aspiring academic affairs secretary, genuinely believe that be it every single process, from company policy, from student policy, from resume verification to walk-ins to interviews, every single guideline and rule that the placement team follows, students should have the access to the information. We are not gaining anything by letting students be in the dark. But I do agree that there are some intricate policies that are right now not actively informed to the student community, and that is what I want to change. Like when a student comes to sit for placements and internships, he needs to know exactly how we are doing this. And once the policies are formulated, when we are negotiating with the company, sure, regarding the offer, regarding the slot, regarding the number of offers, all those information can be confidential during negotiation. But once the policy is formulated, once the students are sitting for placements, I only believe it is fair that the students have at least some degree of understanding of the process so that they can chart out their journey better. Now, coming to the transfer of walk-ins, and you asking me whether I'm implying that there was lack of transparency in walk-ins. Yes, I am implying there's a lack of transparency in how the walk-ins was conducted last year. There were a lot of allegations about malpractice. In fact, the Meta Department Court can correct me if I'm wrong, but there was also allegations that my co-contestant Lakshya Singh was pushing resumes for Ram Group. So none.
So we'll avoid that personal attacks.
Okay, so yeah, no, I'm saying there were a lot of allegations and there's a lack of accountability and transparency in general by using Google Sheets for walk-ins. What I'm proposing is to do it with placement portal so that every single student sitting for the placements will have complete access to what is happening, and no student member can add, like right now, if a student coordinator is intentionally being, obtuse about the process, it is not right. Only the company should be able to apply criteria regarding CG shortlisting and resume shortlisting. That is the idea in which we operated this year, but I don't think it is done practically. There should be an improved transparency in the walk-ins process as well.
Okay. You want to clarify?
Yeah, I want to make a clarification right
Sure,
now,
yeah.
whatever the statement that Mehmet had made. Okay, so firstly, I would like to make things clear. There was no sort of resume pushing that was involved in Ram Group, and I had done no sort of resume pushing. Please don't make such false claims. It is a live soapbox. I would highly suggest that you don't make such claims here.
I would say that better not to make any personal attack.
Right. I just want to clarify one thing. I did not say you pushed resumes. I said there were allegations about it. I
Yeah.
specifically did not say you pushed resumes.
Understand. We are done with that. So no more personal attacks to both the guys. Yeah, Ramkamal, you may continue. Are you there, Ramkamal? Is he there? Yeah. One more thing, Ramkamal, that don't mute your mic, okay?
No. Oh, sorry. I did not know that I had
Yeah.
to manually ask again.
Since you are the AS, I'm giving you the opportunity to ask questions
Yeah.
at first. Yeah. So make
Yeah.
sure you
So
use the
then,
time.
So the next thing I'm going to ask for both of you is with respect to the fee reduction that both of you have proposed for. So there are reasons why the placement fee is a bit high, especially coming into the first hybrid year, because there is no exact way to identify what the costs are. With respect to the offline years, firstly, the logistics had increased. Like everything is costly, from tea, coffee to car rental to transportation costs and everything. Secondly, we had no idea how many companies will come offline. Next thing, we wanted a full scale day one for internships. After that, we had more staff hired, and all of them had payment increases because of inflation. So given all this, so many things rides on the placement fee. Why are you so insistent that you want to reduce the fee, even without knowing, even having no guarantee that you will actually be able to meet next year's budget? We have a small buffer right now. Like, it is not very huge. Most money gets absorbed into stack. We have a small buffer right now, but in case you charge less fee and then you're not able to it proves not to be sufficient for the processes. Would you risk that, or would you rather charge a slightly exorbitant fee and make sure that every process you can spend as much as possible to make a good experience for the students, because it's something that is very important for them?
So
You want to answer?
yeah, I'll start. Yeah, so firstly, like talking about the fees hike this year, it was actually necessary because we didn't know like how will the hybrid process work. Okay, what are different logistics involved? That was actually all correct. But this year, as we have already seen 1 year of placements and internships in such scenarios, okay, and we know what the logistics are, okay, and we know what are our expenditures. Okay, and as you had said, and as the excess money was put into the corpus this year, like looking at all of the budget, everything that was this year, we can make a suitable prediction for what the situation will be like this year as well. So on the basis of that, I had put that point in my manifesto. I had taken feasibility from the placement office as well. They had also told like this year we had some excess budget that was added to the corpus. So that is why, like, taking everything into account, there can be a reduction in the fees. But in my manifesto, I have specifically told, I haven't specifically given any number because situations can change at any time. So after taking like all of the factors into account, which may arise during the time of like till the time of May or June. So at that time, we will figure out something, and I'm sure that we will be able to bring it below 2,000 rupees for placements and internships.
Okay, I do not fundamentally agree with the point either Ramkamal or Lakshya brought in, that we don't know how much expenditure would have come in the hybrid mode of placements, because we have conducted offline placements. We know what all happens in online placements. It is a fundamentally easy thing to extrapolate based on the information we have. I don't see how having an understanding of both offline placements and completely offline placements, completely online placements, placements, I don't see how it is very difficult to extrapolate to a hybrid placements. The reason why the placement fee was high this year, I believe, are due to other reasons, like the fact that there are a lot of one-time costs that are involved when we come back to hybrid mode. Let's say there were a lot of placement routers, there were a lot of placement infrastructure that we did not want, and the administration, beyond paying the salary of just two individuals in the placement office, the administration actually does not provide any funding for placements. So even the placement office infrastructure, even the computers, even all the digital and physical infrastructure they use come from the placement office. And there was placement office revamp going on. This is still ongoing right now. And the placement corpus had mostly run out by the time we returned to the offline mode. So that is why there was a hike in placements. And add to the fact that we did not know how companies would react. Now, coming to the next year, even with the recession, even with the fact that we did not follow up on most of the companies to actually pay, 33% of the companies actually paid the fees. So I don't see how we can, like any sensible scenario where we would have less companies paying. And with that, we'll still have enough money combined with the placement corpus to run placements for at least 1 year and take the necessary steps forward. And I do not understand how in more things will be clarified by May, because you have to get the placement fees by then, and the company's onboarding as well as the placement fee, all of that information won't be available to team by then. We have all the information. We are right now to make an estimate, and that I've done that and I put it in my manifesto and feasibility.
Ramkamal, make sure you ask your question. For the time being, I'll give you the chance to ask your question, and then we'll move to another EC member. Okay.
Can I ask 2 more questions before I ask one to each of them?
Yeah, you can ask more, but for the timing, you ask one question, and then I'll move to other EC, and then I'll come back. Don't worry about it.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
So I'll just start. I looked at this question first, so let me just start. So Lakshya, this is regarding your finance minor specialization. So in your feasibility report, you said that here are certain courses being offered in both odd and even semesters the students can take to become eligible for a minor. And that you said that the courses are offered by DOMs such as in mathematics departments. Can you list down what courses that you're talking about, at least a few of them, and especially ones that are being offered by the DOMs department?
Yeah. So currently, if we talk about the mathematics department, okay, there are
Let's start with DOMs. That's my main thing. DOMs. Like that was.
Okay. So I'll talk about the DOMS department. So currently there are few courses like accounting and finance for engineers, operations, research management, modern corporate finance. Okay. And then like some of the courses that are present in the IEEE quantitative finance also are there. Okay. Besides that, for the mathematics department, we have mathematical finance, we have numerical computing of methods was like this. And from the HS department, we have courses like money banking, financial markets, and also macroeconomics, because yeah, so these are like some of the courses which I can list right now, but a whole list will be prepared later after like taking into consideration other courses as well. That these are the courses that I'm able to like suggest right now, which are around like 6 to 7.
Okay. So my first follow-up question. So with respect, so the courses offered by HS department are mostly in economics, and this has a very minimal finance background value. And even in the mathematics department, it's more towards giving tools for studying finance rather than finance itself. So the majority of the courses that we are looking into finance, as you can see, quantitative finance, even the syllabus of that is very much centralized around the DOMS department, and there's very limited electives from mathematics and other departments as of now, at least. So my thing is, DOMS department abolished the operations management minor because most of their courses being offered for the BTechs were being taken for the minor and not for the courses themselves. And one other huge issue is that the courses being offered by the quantitative finance program, the electives in that, all done in the quarter system and not in the semester system. And those are not open to being taken by the UG students. And on top of that, DOMS department does not want more BTech students taking their quarter system courses. Given that there's so many constraints on taking courses inside the DOMS department, how do you think this finance minor will be viable, given that most of its courses have to be centered around the DOMS department?
Okay, so firstly, like talking about the mathematics department, okay, what you talked about, the tools are actually very important if you want to learn about finance in general. Okay, that is why courses from that department necessary. Now talking about the humanities department, okay, now there like the economics courses are there, and economics and like some aspects of economics are applied in finance as well. And macroeconomics in generally a course that has been taken by some of my friends also, that also is an important aspect in finance as well. That is why I talked about it when I was telling the courses. Also money banking and financial markets gives you a deep insight into how the financial markets and the different stock trading occurs. Now talking about the DOMS department. Okay. So I had personally gone and talked to a few of the professors in the DOMS department as well. I believe that even if we are able to open up some 3 or 4 courses, aside from whatever like I had told right now, we would be able to create a basket in which there will be ample enough, even if there are 6 courses or 7 courses, we will be able to start that minor and the students can then take it and complete their minor.
Yeah, so there's 2 problems here. One is it's difficult to centralize a minor in 3 departments. Right now, every minor runs around 1 because it becomes difficult to keep track of it. And like mathematical tools are important when getting a minor, getting to know finance. But again, it's just tools. When you're giving a minor, already a person is barely doing 4 courses. In that, first you want to study tools. That is the first problem. Next thing is, you said that there are elements of economics and finance, but we already have 2 economics as well as applied economics finance minors existing already. So when you think about the DOMS department, and if you can tell me only 4 or 5 courses will be offered by them, then you will again run into the same problem that the courses are being taken for a given minor, not for the courses themselves. So first you're putting the cart in front of the horse. First, there should be a list of courses that exist. Only then can you come up with the minor. And even in that case, the DOMS department already abolishes the operations minor because people are taking for the sake of the minor, not for the courses. So this again comes into the same problem. And I believe a finance minor we cannot establish for the time being. Again, maybe a few years down the line it's possible. But in my analysis, less than 5% chance it is there for it to be passed in this year or in the upcoming year, given that the DOMS department has this mentality. So I think it's a good initiative, but I don't think it belongs on any manifesto right now, because if we try to push for this minor, we'll have to start asking for courses for the sake of the minor and not the courses themselves. And that's again putting the cart in front of the horse, and that will basically go into a self-defeating loop, and what happened to the operations minor will come into play again. So again, I think it's a good point, but the problem is it's way too ahead of our time for it to make sense in the current So I don't think it belongs on the manifesto right now. Dean AC also felt the same way. Regarding your IEEE point, as well as the minor point, Dean AC felt that these are things that are good ideas, but don't belong on a manifesto solely for the reason that it is mostly admin driven, and the number of hurdles existing in the current situation for these 2 specific topics don't really explain on why it should be on a manifesto, and more of it as, it's a good idea, but does not belong on a manifesto right now, given its feasibility at the moment, at least. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah,
I'll give another EC members chance to ask questions.
Yeah, sure.
Yep. You can mute yourself, Ramka. Ajay.
Hi, everyone. Yeah. So I have a few questions for Mevit. Okay. First question is, you are saying that transfer you will bring. I have got some.
Could you please repeat? We couldn't hear you. And make sure you're loud, because.
Okay. Just 1 minute. Okay, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So one question. First one. This is something regarding transparency. You are saying you will bring transparency. You were part of the placement team this year, and I heard from the Burno team that Ram Kamal was having some health issues. So you were most of the in charge of many things. Why you were not able to bring transparency that time, and you are saying that after being 2-3 years in the team, and then you will now bring the transparency?
Okay, your point about Ram Kamal having health issues and me running placements, that is mostly the last week of November. Just before placements, we had to finalize slotting, we had to finalize interview room allocation, we had to cover all offline logistics. The point about how walk-ins would be implemented was something that it's there in the manifesto because it's an academic affairs point. Being an IPR core, I do not have say on the policy regarding placements. If you know the placement team structure, there is an academic affairs secretary, there's a placement head, and there's an internship head under him. IPR head handles IPR committee in all non-core sectors in the placement team, as well as other core duties, which I personally had logistics as a duty, and I handle on-ground logistics. Now, when it comes to why I could not change it, at the end of the day, it's the decision of the academic affairs secretary how to do walk-ins. Coming from a point where he had seen offline placements, it was his opinion that this is how it should have been done. I had voiced my dissent towards it, but it was not taken properly. I am contesting right now, not for the position of IPR core or the placement head. I'm contesting for the post of academic affairs secretary, where it will be my vision and my plan that will be implemented for the sphere.
Okay, so what is new you will bring? The last year it was a Google form where student has very flexibility to fill it through Google form. Now you are saying that you will bring it to portal. Like, what is new in it? Someone sitting at the placement portal and someone sitting with the Google sheet. They are the same people, no? Or you will change the person. What is the new in it?
Yeah, if you took a moment to read my feasibility report, yeah, the difference is the people. It won't be the placement coordinators doing the sorting or applying CG filter of any of that. All of those decisions will be taken by the company, not anymore by any Google Sheets or Google Form by the placement team members. All of these features will be implemented on the placement portal on the company side, so that the recruiters can come in and take all these decisions, and they will be dynamically updated to the student community. So they have complete transparency in which all criteria is being applied, except the last step of criteria, which is resume shortlisting criteria, where the company has to look at the resume and take account. That the only information the students can feasibly reach is that he is either in or he's out. Any other CG filtering, any other department filtering, any other potential filtering the company does, it will all be through the placement portal by the company, and it will be dynamically updated to the students.
Okay. 2 points you have mentioned: ticketed model and Acad Connect. Both of them you are not written in your feasibility report. Why? And you are not even given the feasibility. How will you implement?
The feasibility report is for the entire A-gate system. If you took like a comprehensive understanding, or if you can,
No, specifically mentioned A-gate, the first point. There are 2 different points, and those
both points are of A-gate.
not even mentioned in your result.
I mentioned that the ticketing, I mentioned the feasibility report as well as manifesto, that the ticketing system and the surveys are features of the A-gate. Do you not comprehend that, or I don't understand the question?
I'm saying there is a CAD Connect as well. You're saying you will make some study group. How is it related to A-gate? A-gate
I'm not saying Acad Connect is a feature on the A-gate. I'm saying if you want to create a study community, the feature will be on the A-gate. Those are features of the A-gate. Given feasibility for A-gate. Okay. I'm not saying I'm putting in a new initiative that student can start study. I'm saying the students want to require study groups. If they want to start study communities, A-gate will have the feature for that.
So do you know there is a CAD buddy program which is already run by the HGS teams?
Right.
Like, so what is new you are bringing here?
A CAD buddy program, as far as I know, is if a student has an issue with a course or something, he can reach out to SGS or the relevant team. I think the academic Sati wing or something, and those students will reach out and will actually help the students prepare with the course. What I'm saying is that students can find peers who are interested in not just courses but other academic matters, and the A-gate will enable that, and the students can come together, form a community, and start learning on their own. That is fundamentally different from you providing another external party who knew the course and just helping them learn a particular course. And in fact, if you again took a more comprehensive view and actually read through the entire manifesto, this actually builds into the club incubator system as well. When such a student community or an academic community forms, they can start doing projects, and that will be how the segue to the club incubation as well as occurs.
Okay, so you're saying that there will be a lot of things will be covered in this. Okay, so do you know the Ram Kamal has already proposed one initiative last year, which is DAMP. So DAMP has the same things. He has included all these points other than Acad buddy. Then what is new then you are bringing here? Other
than Acad buddy, first of all, are you implying that DAMP is similar to A-gate, or is it similar to some other point?
No, yeah, the Acad Connect points you have mentioned, no. A lot of points has already been covered by the previous academic affairs secretary.
Acad Connect covers fundamentally one point, that the students can form academic communities and start building projects. That's not covered in the DAMP. DAMP is again a system that's similar to what you brought in, where some seniors would be connected to juniors and they can provide academic guidance. That does not match with what I'm bringing in. Or should I repeat myself what I'm doing with Acad Connect? It is students finding their peers who are interested in similar topics, coming together and start doing projects. Both the DAMP that Ram Kamal proposed and the Acad buddy that's going on under the SGS sphere is where students who have already taken the course, or students who are seniors to the relevant stakeholders who bring that expertise and train the students. How are you connecting the two?
Okay, fine. Okay, so I have 1 or 2 questions with Laksha as well. Like how will you implement this runner system? Like what is the motive behind it? We had large amount of chaos between the students and HRs. There were some complaints by the placement team as well. Key students are not letting them to do their duty. So like how is it feasible?
Yeah, so regarding the runner concept, actually in the pre-COVID times, it used to happen every year. I talked to the previous academic affairs secretary. So at that time, he had pointed this out. So this year, what we'll be planning to do is that during the placements, we'll be following a 3-stage procedure. Okay. In the first stage, we'll be asking the students who are sitting for placements to fill a preference form in which they can list their runners. Okay. If in any case, the student does not want to choose his own runner, or if he wants the placement team to select it, the second stage will be to see from a pool of the students who have already been placed. Okay, we'll ask the student if like from this list of already placed students, do you want someone to become your runner? Okay, Now the third stage, if that is also not possible from the student side, then in the final case, one of the deputy coordinator who is not handling any companies in that slot, he may become the runner for that student in that slot so that he can help him out in basically coordinating so that he is able to give the maximum number of interviews and he is able to get placed in a desired company.
Okay, but the problem I'm saying, ki last year the problem was happening ki students are directly going to HRs and giving their resumes, and placement team is saying that we are not able to, do our job. How will you make sure ki this is being done properly in a proper way?
Yeah, so firstly, one issue was that there was actually a crowding of students, okay, in Kaveri, and there was a lot of friction between the placement team and the runners. Okay, so firstly, by formalizing the concept, we will be empathizing with the runners and we'll be accepting them. That will be a very huge step in ensuring that we have a seamless placement scenario. Okay, and also like for a single student, there has to be only one runner. Okay. I personally saw that for one student, there were like around 4 or 5 runners. And because of this, there was a crowding in Kaveri. So through this, we'll be also ensuring that there is not that much crowding in Kaveri. And mostly the students are able to go through their process in a seamless and a peaceful manner.
Fine, okay. I got one more point, remember for Mevit. One thing I wanted to ask you, this is regarding you told ki you have built already a new placement internship team. Why it is not brought up internship portal? When Lakshya told ki he's bringing new internship portal, you told ki there is already internship portal which is being made this year. A new one you told, okay, specifically. What is new you are saying? I am seeing both the portal are same. I have opened both the portal, internship.iitm.live, internship.iitm.ac. Both of them are exactly same. There is no change. Even you forgot to change your team member's name, which is already being removed from the team. The internship team placement portal was hosted during the, somewhere around in August. That same content you are hosting at some other website, and you're saying we are revamping. What you have done new here?
Okay, first of all, internship.it.ac.in and internship.it.live is fundamentally two very different websites. You can log into the student
websites are different. I'm seeing.
No. Every single feature is different. You can go to the placement office and get the student credentials if you want and check the manifesto. Every single point that Lakshya has proposed in this feasibility report, he specifically said that it will be a portal similar to the placement portal. The reason why it is quickly completed is because it has all the same features of the placement portal. It's under the code, it's the same code. That's why he also said the work will be quickly completed. All of that has been integrated on the internship portal. It's exactly the same as a new placement portal. If you say the old placement portal and new placement portal are different, the same fundamental difference exists in old internship portal and the new internship portal. And I forgot, what is the second part of your question?
I'm saying what is the motive behind putting it on some third-party domain, which is we don't even
like I said, this I clarified in the beginning of Soapbox. You probably weren't listening. But internship.it.live, it's not a third-party server. It's a .live is a system where we use when there's already a server running. We can't use, as he put in his feasibility report again, in the new internship portal is for the next year. Currently, the internship phase 2 is still ongoing. The data regarding company, the data regarding students are still on the internship.it.ac.in. That's how the process is happening. This internship.it.live is for the next year. And placement.it.live is the platform we used last year for offline online interviews when we had the same issue where we could not remove the placement.it.ac.in because there was already a process going on. And for the interviews, we use placement.iitn.live. It is not a scam we are running. This is the this is a practice that the team has following for a lot of years. If okay, you wouldn't know that fund anyway. So
no, I have spoken to some of your core members. The core members has told ki this is what without our information, there is no official information to in the core group. It was done, one day before only your soapbox were arranged that day. Also, there is no checking the website. See, I'm saying if you are bringing something new, you will go with the new, right? Your team member who is expelled almost 1 year before, he's there in your new portal. How? I can't understand. He's out of the team. How is there in the new portal?
Okay, right. First of all, your first question about some core telling you that it was not there. Like I said, the internship portal was
there was no, we don't have any information. There is a new internship portal is coming up. There is something new being done, or there is no information in our core group.
Right, because it is not something done by the team. It is done by the placement office.
Then how do you know about it?
Also, he's put that from the placement office. If you had gone and asked the placement office, they would tell you that the new internship portal is ready. I made the effort, so I know. It is not something that done by the team. It is for the next year. This information doesn't actually concern this year's placement course as well. This was built entirely by the placement office. There was no involvement of the team directly in that. How would the course know?
Yeah. So how do you?
The placement development officer in the portal, because this is in the feasibility report. That is why I know this fact.
Okay. Then why the new portal is already having your previous course, X course details in it?
First of all, I like to clarify. Do you know why and how Ashwin was expelled from the team? Or
I don't want to know, but he officially has mentioned he is out of the team from, even he was not there in the placement. He was out of the team from the internship time only.
Yeah,
I'm
let me clarify.
Just a moment. I would rather say that we should not talk about any individual person about this soapbox. The soapbox should be on the manifest and feasibility report. Nowhere he has mentioned about any particular individual candidate, or I think so we should maintain the privacy of every individual.
Fine. Okay.
Yes, if you have any question regarding.
I have one question with Lakshya as well.
Yeah, you take that question and then I'll move on to other secretary.
Sure. Okay, so can you just give me, what research internship opportunities do you have in your mind, and how will you, go with it? Because research is mostly concerned with the PG student. PG means research, MS, PhD, and you don't have anything under you. It's only mostly taught programs under your purview.
Okay, so like that is actually, I believe, a false statement, because there are a lot of students who are in their second years and their third years. Okay, they are looking for research internships either in their parent branch or in some other branch as well. Okay, so currently the CDC has a blue book of foreign research internship opportunities, but currently for the research internship opportunities in India itself, there is no such compilation by the CDC or anyone in the academic sphere. And actually, there exists a lot of opportunities in various technical institute, management institutes, various IITs and IIMs. And I believe that if we can actually make a database, the students can actually go there and apply for the summer and winter internships. If a student is also like not able to get an intern for like say, any reason or whatever, he can apply for research internships as well, aside like from the institute internship, so that he in his summer, like after finishing his third year, he is able to go there and get some required experience when he's sitting for the placements, and like develop a good resume for his placements.
Fine. Okay.
Yeah, fine, yes. We'll move on to other secretaries.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Arudra, I think so you're unmute already. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm unmuted.
Yeah, so you may move forward.
Right. Okay, so I have a question for Mavit regarding your mental health point. What is the operational feasibility for this? Can you just explain the point? Because
mental health point is a much more comprehensive idea. So essentially, we'd be starting with orientation sessions. We would be coordinating with the wellness center. Right now, if you look last year for the placement process, there is this one orientation session held sometimes during student registration. But placements is actually something that's very, that builds a lot of mental pressure for each of the students sitting through the process. And each of the students, a lot of students face very diverse, very difficult situations sitting for when they sit for placements. So one fundamental, fundamental issue that I want to address here is sensitization. The students sitting for the process, the team, and all the stakeholders involved need to understand the different mental pressures and different problems that will come. Another fundamental issue I want to address is approachability. Even within the current institute infrastructures, there has been allegations or complaints regarding lack of accessibility. Both of these issues are what I'm trying to fix by making coordinating with the CDC and the Wellness Center of IITM, as well as other external professionals, to conduct workshops, to make them more accessible, to add them to specific groups so that they can always reach out and tell. And regarding the feasibility of booking a confidential session, the option will be integrated on the placement portal. The student will be just able to go click, and he can have a offline or an online counseling session with wherever he would, as long as it's practically feasible within the institute or within Chennai. He'd be even outside the institute if he wants to go somewhere near and have a separate counseling session. All of these points I've checked with the wellness center, and on the backdrop of the recent events that occurred in the institute, the director has actually talked to those as well to increase the manpower of mental health professionals, professional mental health professionals in the institute, all of which built into the operational feasibility of my point.
Right. Follow up to that is, suppose you get certain feedback about a student sitting for placements from the wellness center. Will the placement team be privy to that? And if yes, how are they going to take that into account for that particular student's process?
Placement team will not be privy to the information. I think one important aspect of mental health counseling is the confidentiality of the situation. Placement team is at the end of the day, student team members with diverse students coming from different backgrounds and different departments. I don't think being privy to the private information regarding the mental health of a student is conducive to the placement process.
Right. So second. Hello, am I audible now?
Now you're audible. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, the second follow-up was, how will any feedback being given from the wellness center be used to help the student?
How feedback from the wellness center to
help that student?
The feedback won't be to the placement team. The wellness center will try to work with the student.
So how will it be helped?
External professionals to help the student. It won't be looped in by the placement team.
All right. My second question is to Lakshya regarding your placement calendar, preparation calendar. So how will this be like conducive to the fact that different students have different paces of preparation, and will there be any point to sort of help students make it their own and sort of customize it for their own needs?
Okay. Yeah. So talking about the preparation calendar. Okay. So right now, if a student is in his fresh year, okay, and he has any doubts regarding whatever profiles that are coming for placements and internships, he reaches out to his immediate seniors who are in the second year, who themselves actually don't have that much idea regarding the profiles coming for placements and internships. Okay. So through the preparation calendar, we'll be making a database like of the different major profiles that are coming for placements and internships. We'll be telling the students on how to prepare and what to prepare and actually when to prepare. So in what to prepare, we'll be providing them loads of resources from where should you practice the questions, or like where should you like actually go and where you can actually learn for that profile. Okay. And how and when we'll tell you that from your fresh year, what you should actually do. Okay. In your fresh year, what sort of projects you can do, or what sort of courses you can do, or and in your second and third year, what sort of internships you can do. Okay, so stuff like that. This will be just an optional guide which the students can always have access to if they want to like actually get some inspiration on how to start their preparation, or if they want to modify the preparation in any sort of way. And that, like at that point, they can like check the preparation calendar and make required adjustments into their timeline.
Yeah. So, but do you feel that in like telling freshers about placements before they have even gotten into Insta life would be a good idea? Like from second year onwards, I can imagine, yes, it would make an effect. But for freshers, don't you think it is better for them to explore Insta life and figure out what they want instead of just showing them that these are the opportunities? Obviously, students will look at it objectively, go for packages or other things like that because they are not very informed of it. So don't you think that is better instead of targeting freshers right when they enter the campus?
Yeah, so actually, like when the 22 batch had come, I'm right now a Sathi mentor also for my metallurgy department. So when I had personally interacted with a lot of my juniors, so at that time, actually, they had raised these questions to me. In my preparation calendar, I won't be telling them to start preparing for their internships and placement from their first year itself. Okay, I'll just be telling them that if you want to move into this direction, you can start building a base by doing like these sorts of things. So that base building has to be started from the first year itself, because in and all, career development is a process which takes you from your like school life to your adulthood, and that is a year-long process through your college. That starts from the fresh year itself. So like that is what I am envisioning to do with the help of the preparation calendar.
Right. Do you have any sample calendar that you could show? If not, it's okay.
Yeah, like right now I don't have any like sample calendar as a document. Okay, but I had talked about like in the first year we can tell them what are the different courses in the institute that are available, okay, which are actually helpful for you if you want to learn about these aspects. Okay, in the second year we can like tell them about different projects that you can do under the professors and additional courses that you can take like with the, so that you can get an idea about this these aspects. In the third year we can tell them about certain additional courses and certain projects that they can do in the professors, and also some internships that might be helpful for the students so that they can progress themselves to like guiding them towards the profile that they're vouching for in the placements. And also like there are several profiles that come for placements, and there are some profiles that are the preparation style for them is actually not that different. Okay. So in that case also, because students generally have a backup when they are sitting for placements. Okay. Most of the students don't actually go and target just one profile. They are also keeping a backup profile as their option as well. So through the preparation calendar, they can actually get to know that how to intertwine the preparation for both of these profiles, so that they can get a large number of companies they are actually eligible for when they are sitting for their placements.
Right. But just a point here that I think you should look into not introducing it for first years, because that takes away from learning from Insti and sort of exploring opportunities that are available. But yeah, just my last question to both of you. There is an issue with people representing the institute at competition, since most of them happen mainly in the odd semester. Given that this does add to their resume and it is an important point when companies are looking for placements, do you have any plan of action for helping these students, like in terms of giving concessions for tests or for placement processes, because these competitions happen right at that time?
Yeah, so actually regarding this, when I had approached you for taking fund days, the same question I had asked you at that time. You had told me like this year some certain concessions to like include all of the contingent members who actually go for like some sports outside the institute. So I believe we as a placement team, we need to empathize with all of the students who are sitting for placements, regardless of whether they are contingent members or not. If they are contingent members, it is our duty to ensure that they get to sit in the test that they are for the company that they are applying to, and we'll make sure that we try to accommodate the maximum number of students for them.
Okay, moving the tests around to help with the schedules of contingent members as well as other competitions is something that the placement team has been doing for quite a while now to help these students. Also this year, another thing is that attendance was not, attendance exception is something that we can give contingent members if they want to prepare for tests. The aspiring sports secretary had actually reached out to me and got this point up where he asked where contingent members also have to put in a lot of time for practice as well, right? There are daily routines and daily schedules they have to follow. So again, there also the maximum we can actually provide is to work around the placement test schedule and the attendance criteria, because fundamentally not having placement tests at any point of time is not very infeasible, especially when it comes to November. Every single year we have continuous tests from like just after the class ends, if and some like no, by November there will be no classes at all. In fact, most of the weekends and weekdays, if there's no ensems, there'll be 24, very close to like from 8 a.m. in the morning, 6 a.m. in the morning to 2 p.m. in the night, there are continuous tests. Of course, it's not open to every single student. There'll be other departments, specific departments, there'll be parallel slotting, and all of this will be accommodated. So towards the close of November, it is quite infeasible to help them beyond maybe working around some placement tests and all.
Right. Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Rudra. Yeah. Santoshi, I think so. You are.
Yeah,
Yeah.
am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah, before actually, going forward with my questions, I just have, two sort of like clarifications on, points raised earlier. So the first one is about this course called Money Banking and Financial Markets. Having done that course, that really does not qualify as a finance course because it talks about monetary policies across the globe, and also about Keynesian economics, and it's a complete economics course. It's not, it does not have any financial aspect to it. And secondly, about, the website not being updated, I'd like to point out that a lot of institute websites are still not updated, including Student Executive Council data still having 2019 to 2020 data in it. So, well, that being said, I'd like to ask Lakshya this question. So, given you were a correspondent in T5E, I attest, you have worked under me as a correspondent as well. In your manifesto and your poster and in your feasibility report, you have mentioned the position that you're running for, which is Academic Affairs Secretary. You've mentioned it as Academics Affairs Secretary. How can a candidate who's aspiring for an executive council position have such negligence? And also, apart from that, your pure credentials, given that the team was merged into placement and internship team, how can you ignore a whole part of internship when you're mentioning your credentials? Last year, there was so much delegation around merging the team and having the team being merged. Your manifesto does not even mention of the internship team in your credentials. Can you just explain how can you have such negligence while you're making your manifesto and feasibility report and including your poster in itself?
Okay. Yeah. So firstly, if I talk about the money banking financial course, money banking financial markets course, if you don't feel that it is a course that is not geared towards finance, then I'm very sorry. You don't have an idea regarding finance. Okay. Because I have personally had a lot of my friends who have taken this course and they have told me that it gives them a very good idea into the aspects of finance. Now coming to my second point regarding grammatical mistake, I admit that it was there in my manifesto. Okay. But you should you should also consider
In your
the
feasibility report and your poster as well.
yes. Okay. Yeah. So regarding that this feasibility report and in the manifesto, okay, I tried to get that cleared with the student election commission. Okay. Grammatical mistake. Okay. As a grammatical mistake, it does not define me as an academic affairs secretary. Okay. My character and my manifesto points, it is better that you look at that, just that and not judge me on the basis of my English or anything. Okay. Well, that is a very elitist thing that you are saying right now.
I just like to object. I'm not calling out you. I'm not calling you out and saying that your grammatics was wrong. I'm saying the negligence. Like, you do know that the position. I mean, it's not a mere grammatical error. It's your position, right? Tomorrow you go to a company and you're talking as an academic affairs secretary, just calling out a name that is. I mean, that position literally does not exist according to what you have mentioned in your manifesto and feasibility report. My point is, I'm not pointing out that your English is wrong, your grammar is wrong. I'm no one to say that. I am extremely open and inclusive. In fact, I have helped. You don't know, as an editor, I have helped so many people, in fact, help with grammar and all of that. Don't call me elitist. No personal attacks again. My point is not a personal attack here, rather pointing out your negligence in your manifesto and feasibility report, because this is a position that you're running for the executive council. You're running for an executive council position. You do realize that, right? And you would be talking to high stakeholders from in not just in respect to placements, but also with respect to newspapers, media, directors, other IITs, academic affairs secretaries, and all of that. I just like to point out your negligence, and I wanted to know what was the reason for your negligence.
Okay, so I have already accepted the fact that it was a mistake on my part. Okay, and don't worry, when I go to talk to the other stakeholders, right, I won't be saying the name academics. Okay, I am the academic affairs secretary and aspirant for the academic affairs secretary position, if that answers your question.
Great. What about the part where you missed out a whole team, which is called placement and internship team, and that other half of the counterpart went just missing in your manifesto and feasibility report?
What was the second thing?
I mean, it was in the same question. It was again about the negligence part. You do realize that your team, that is, you'd been a part of the team, placement and internship team. It's one team, right? In your credentials, you've just mentioned placement team. Where did internship team go?
Okay, yeah. So in that sense, if you're talking about, okay, I had looked at the rule when I was checking out the rule book as well. Okay, I believe that I might have gotten access to a previous version of the rule book in which it was mentioned placement team. Okay, but I can assure you that when the internships and the placements were going on, I had handled both the companies for internships and placement. Okay, if you want, I can even list out the companies I had handled for both of the internships and placement.
See, again, I'm not questioning your credibility here. I'm asking about your negligence here, where you do. I mean, first you're referring to, I mean, how mistakenly you have referred to an old rule book. That is again your negligence. You should have referred to the current rule book, and I'm sure the academic affairs secretary or anybody from the SLC would have given you access. And given you're a legislator, you telling that you referred to an old rule book does not stand well. Second, you're saying that you did not know that when you are looking at your own manifesto, feasibility report, or poster, do you not realize that a good counterpart, that is internship, is missing from it? Like, do you not realize there is one team and you just not really mentioned it? Like, do you have any reason as to why you did that?
Already I have accepted that this sort of error was there in my manifesto and feasibility. I don't know why are you again and again putting this. Okay, I have already accepted if whatever mistakes have there been. I have already told you my answer. I don't know why you're again and again pushing that point.
No, your answer was not clear. That's why I'm trying to re-emphasize it.
We'll just have 3 follow-ups which you have exhausted. So it would be better if you move on to second question.
Okay, so this question is to Mevit. So yeah, given, okay, again, context is that given I myself had a lot of initiatives which were web-based and app-based and, making it more digital and having this whole enhancement in the digital infrastructure for Sphere, you also have a handful of points which are dependent on web dev and app dev. Given that there has been a history of lack of number of students who are interested in developing all of this, and having faced that myself this year, how would you ensure that you would get all of your points done given the span of your tenure? And also especially that you also want to build an app as well. Like, what is your plan of action to get in more people and make sure this whole thing is done?
First of all, addressing the fact that there are significant points in the digital infrastructure regarding especially business internships in my manifesto. Unlike the experience you probably would have gone through as cultural affairs secretary, the digital infrastructure for the placement and internship process is developed and maintained by a paid staff member in the placement office, the placement placement portal development office. He's the one who built the placement office. He's the one who built the new internship portal as well. Most of this infrastructure he'll be building from his side, especially the digital infrastructure like PySpace and the placement, the digital ask calendar, all of that stuff will be from the placement development officer in the placement office. But the A-Gate portal, the A-Gate is a specific issue in the academic sphere that's not related to placements, where I'd be recruiting my own MobOps and WebOps team. I've already talked to the C5, current C5 head. The C5 will also be looped in. It will be conducted as a C5 project, similar to how Insti Space was very successfully developed by the Honorable SGS Ajay Singh Sitole. So a similar system would be used to build A-Gate as well. Yeah, that's a main point I'm putting.
Okay, so I have another question to Lakshya. So this is regarding a library upgradation point. I think the Academic Affairs Secretary has again pointed out Grammarly already being done. You'd mentioned that you would be procuring other licenses as such. So I'd like to know, do you have anything already in mind, and what do you think is the right procedure to obtain an institute license? Because again, I had a similar manifesto point called as Cultopedia to obtain cultural licenses, cultural course licenses for our institute. So I'd like to know if you have an understanding of how you would go about that, and who in the administration would you approach?
Okay, so like regarding the other licenses, there are various other like platforms on which students can go and take this take courses for skill development. Okay, so through for those for those platforms we can take the licenses. And talking about in the administration who have to talk to, so the Academic Affairs Secretary is a part of a committee called as Library Advisory Committee, LAC. Okay, in that I am a member, and in that these proposals and the discussions happen, and the approval of the procurement happens through the LAC only.
Okay, my question here was not about your answer to the first part was saying that there are other courses that exist and you will obtain it. My question is, if you had listened to my question carefully, my question is, do you have other such courses in mind? And how would you go about obtaining these courses in mind on the other stakeholder side? I mean, okay, your administration part of it, let it go. I'm asking the other first half, give a clear answer. Your answer is just the same thing that you had said to Ramkamal. I want you to extrapolate on what you had said to Ramkamal, because that's my question in itself.
Okay. So there are different platforms on which we can talk on with this, the students can go and take the courses like Coursera or Udemy is there. Okay, and I've already told, in the LSE, all of these proposals are put and all of these discussion happen there. As an Academic Affairs Secretary, it is my duty to put up these points in the LSE, and in the LSE, whatever verdict comes out, that is then taken forward by the library.
I would just like to bring something to your notice here. Again, your sources like Coursera and Udemy, don't they come in conflict of interest to NPTEL? And do you think administration has already not tried for this?
Okay, so they don't come in a conflict of interest with NPTEL, because on such platform there are a lot of courses for your skill development also. Okay, so in skill development there can be soft skills as well. Okay, besides from NPTEL, there are a lot of Coursera and Udemy actually offers a vast variety of courses. So if a student is getting an option there as well, I don't think it is not harming the student in any way. It is actually benefiting the student.
Again, I think this is my third follow-up. Again, I don't want to use it as a follow-up because he's not answered the question previously. My question was also about, has the administration already gone for it? Are you aware of it?
Yeah, so currently I'm not aware of like what the administration has gone through with respect to these other licenses. But yeah, this year we'll be trying to like besides from Grammarly also, if it is not manifesto point, but it will be my duty to ensure that such other platforms are also taken into account when we are talking about the different licensing.
Okay, I'd just like to clarify here. Okay, my final follow-up before I go on and clarify.
People
Yeah.
are exhausted, Santoshi.
Okay,
If you want to clarify.
I can clarify. So, as we know, a dean of academics is the NPTEL coordinator, and if the candidate, again, I don't see any feasibility on his report as well. NPTEL head, I mean, not coordinator, NPTEL head, and he runs the whole program. Coursera and Udemy directly come in conflict of interest in some certain ways of, the whole obtaining licenses for the whole thing, and it does really come in conflict. And if you had checked with the dean of academics, you would have known why it was already tried, and the previous SGS had already tried for it. 2019 to 2020 SGS had already tried for it, and I was aware of it because when I was a GenSec, I had this conversation earlier, so that's why I brought it up. Now, this question is to both of you.
Last question, we'll take that.
Yeah, this question is to both of you. So how will students who have a hearing impairment keep up with classes, and how is the institute currently solving this problem?
Sorry, could you please
Can you
repeat?
repeat it?
I'm sorry.
Yeah. How will students who have a hearing impairment keep up with classes, and how is the institute solving this problem currently?
You want to go? Okay. So right now the institute does have a professor in charge as well as a committee where they try to help students with such accessibility issues, work closely with the professor so that they can still go through the courses. Your specific question about what student with a hearing aid, what the challenge would be. So I'd be coordinating with that wing as well as going to individual professors, individual HODs, and trying to a lot of our courses that are offered in the institute actually have NPTEL counterparts, and I believe a lot of NPTEL courses actually come with transcripts. So when it comes to students who have this if you're asking specifically about hearing aid issues, yeah, I can approach these professors and get them to give them credit for the going through the transcripts and preparing for quizzes and preparing for exams instead of like coming and listening to the class if there is some specific issue where they can't actually listen to the process.
All right. Akshay, do you?
Do you want to have a follow-up for that, Santoshi?
No, I think that works. I want to listen to both and then ask a
Sure.
follow.
Okay. Yeah. So talking about the NPTEL courses, yeah, there are transcripts that are available, and that is actually a very viable option for the students as well. Besides that, even the professors, when they are teaching the classes, they are actually teaching from slides. Okay. So at that time, if student is having such issues, the professor on the discretion of the professor, we can encourage the professor to share the slides and the other reading material which he is using to the students so that he can refer to that as well. Aside from NPTEL, he can refer to that as well.
Okay. I mean, yeah, that was fine. Again, slides are always shared and they're always accessible to the Moodle, and especially to hearing impaired students, it's always shared. My follow-up to both of you is, what if a student does not know English?
The institute currently has, I believe, a screening process for this. So when you come into the institute, there is a test you have to take where the proficiency of your English is checked. And if your proficiency is actually not enough, the institute provides an O-grade course where they try to bridge that gap. I think over the last couple of years, it's been halted due to the COVID pandemic, effects. Since we are back to offline lessons, I'm sure that I can talk to Dean AC or the relevant stakeholders and get that course back on board so that students having such specific issues with English can be, actually helped with the course.
Yeah. So regarding the course that Mehmet had talked about, yeah. So that was the course through which the students can actually get a grasp at English if they are not comfortable in talking in English. Okay, that will actually be very helpful for the other students as well, because there are a lot of students who are not comfortable with English because they for their whole life they have been speaking in their mother tongue, which is not English. So that through we can help them them also through that way. Also, like with the Dean Academies, proper coordination has to be done so that we can reintroduce the course and like all of the students can benefit out of it.
Okay, so just to clarify, NPTEL has 20 language transcripts. So even if a student really does not, if that particular student is not well versed with English, he or she can refer to, or they can refer to whichever language you're comfortable in, given we have a pretty diverse set of languages. And yeah, reinstating O-level courses like both of you said, Mevit and Lakshya, I think would be required going forward, because yeah, it is a good it was a good course that was there to make sure everyone was, it was a level played level fair level ground. Yeah,
Thanks.
that's all.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks. I'll move to Baby. Yeah. Are you there, co-cats?
Hello,
Yeah,
am
you're
I
on.
audible?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. So firstly, I would like to issue a clarification regarding a point that was told before. As Mevit specified, InstaSpace was developed by our SGS. It was indeed developed by C5 WebOps, and there was a collaboration tried out with Institute MobiOps, which didn't pan out really well. So that was one clarification. Now I have one question for one question for Mevit and one question for Lakshya. Uh, I'll start with Mevit's question. So you've mentioned a point regarding junior intern fair and a collaboration with ESEL. So firstly, I would like to ask you, whom did you take the feasibility check from for this point? You've specified ESEL IIT Madras in your feasibility report and not whom you've taken it from.
Okay, first of all, regarding the C5 clarification, yeah, my fundamental manifesto point feasibility for that gate is to again work with C5. I've taken the feasibility from the C5 listener. The C5 would be looped in. I'll be a C5 project with the independent, the Academic Affairs Institute, my boss and boss team also looping in. That is precisely how I want to also proceed. And coming to the feasibility of ESEL, the feasibility was taken from the ESEL heads.
Okay, so a follow-up to the ESEL heads point. Were you the one who took the feasibility? Because the ESEL heads don't recollect talking to you.
No, I had to go through a friend of mine. I was writing my feasibility report and I had a friend called the ESEL head. She knew the ESELs directly. The conversation was through him.
Right. So don't you think as the candidate, you are the one who is supposed to take the feasibility?
Yeah, I had a time crunch where I had to go through a friend.
Okay. So Lakshya, my question to you is regarding the runner point, right? Firstly, I'm not sure. I mean, you have to justify whether it is a manifesto worthy point, because you are yourself saying that it was something that was there in olden times and you're just bringing it back. And I would also like to ask where you've picked the idea from. And please be honest whether it was actually from Chinmay or not.
From
Chinmay, XIS.
okay. Yeah, so basically like this used to be a concept, but it was done informally before like the COVID times. Okay, this time I am planning to formalize the concept. I had already talked about the different stages we'll be having in which we'll be assigning a runner for the student. Okay, and yeah, I can confirm. You can also confirm with Chinmay also. I talked to him regarding this point. I had a discussion with him when I had contacted him for fund days, and this is a manifesto worthy point because of my plan for the like plan for this concept and also the different stages that I'm planning to introduce so that the like all of the students are able to get a runner for them during the placements.
Okay, so my follow-up to that would be, if I remember correctly, in your fund days with me, when you asked me what things I felt were wrong with placements this year or could be improved, this was one of the things I had mentioned, that informally I had a friend helping me out this year. And I think a lot of things you've mentioned in your motivation look like sentences I had straight told during your fund days. So I'm not sure if you talked to Chinmay before that or after that, but at least then it seemed like you took down the point as something that could be done next year. So that is one. And second is, if you're actually saying that you have taken fund days regarding this, this concept was there during COVID times as well. You're saying that it was there in pre-COVID times, but even during 2022 placement season, people have specified runners to the placement team, and that was actually there in place, and the calls were being taken up by the runners.
Okay, okay. So, actually, I can assure you that I talked to the previous academic affairs secretary Chinmay Agarwal regarding this. Okay, I had a similar conversation with you as well as a lot of other people who had sat for placements. Okay, and everyone had told me this point only. And yeah, this year we had runners, but like due to such an informal
No,
nature.
I didn't say this year. I didn't say this year. I said 2022 placements.
Okay, okay, yeah. So actually, as we are having offline placements now, so it is important for me to get feasibility from a person who has actually seen the offline placements. That is why I mentioned like his name in my feasibility report. Because like we'll be having an offline, like mostly we'll be having an offline placements next year. Like if any emergencies don't come up, and yeah, so that is why I had mentioned his name in the feasibility report. And like this and like whatever friction issues, whatever like crowding issues we had this year, I wanted to solve this. So that is why I believe like this point will be actually good for the students to have a seamless and nice experience for the placements.
Again, I mean, it makes sense that for an offline point, you need to take feasibility from an offline academic affairs secretary. But my point still stands that is it manifesto worthy, given that it was there properly in place till last year, and formally, my own friends have given runners names to the placement team last year, and their runners have helped them out during placements. This used to happen till 2022. So, and your feasibility report says that it was a common practice during placements in pre-COVID times. I'm saying you that you're lacking some information over there. It was there even during COVID times. So how is it a manifesto worthy point, given that it was there till last year? And have you taken sufficient fund days regarding this, given that you missed that point?
Yeah, so like it is a manifesto worthy point because you're like you need to account for the fact that there are a lot of students who come for placements and they don't have a runner with them. Okay, this point will actually help the students who don't have a runner. At that time, the three-stage procedure that I talked about, that will help them in like getting a runner for them like during their placement so that they can give the interview successfully. It is just not about including students who have like who can assign a runner to them. It is about including everyone. Okay, students will come from different backgrounds. Okay, they have like some may have runners, some may not have runners, but as a placement team we need to include everyone.
Right. Are my follow-ups done, or do I have any?
Yeah, your follow-ups are done. If you want to clarify anything, you can clarify.
Yeah, just want to say that it's the same thing that you've repeated both the times I followed up with you. So this is something which was there, and you can introduce it next year. Nobody is saying no, but firstly, background checks, and second is, I mean, it's something as academic affairs secretary you can very easily do, and I mean, I'm not sure if it deserves a place in the manifesto compared to all other points.
Yep. So I hope you're done with the questions, Beverly, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have any other secretary? Yeah, cultural affair arts.
Hello. Yeah. So this is a question for both of you, and basically this is about a manifesto point of each of you. So for Mevit, it is about Acad Connect, and for Lakshay, it is about runners. So I'll tell one specific part of it that I would like you to clarify or elaborate on, and I'll have one follow-up depending on your answer. So we'll start with Mevit. So in your feasibility, you have not. So I understand the concept of Acad Connect, right? It's a very good idea. I really like it, but in the feasibility, at least from what I've seen, I don't think it has been elaborated on very like how you would you know tackle the drawbacks that would come with this. How would you encourage something this novel in, because IIT, our institute doesn't have this culture. So if you want to like actually implement this, can you tell me, can you elaborate on how you would go about this, and Yeah, about this.
As I clarified to the SCA, this will be a part of the A gate. So in the platform, students can post discussions, post surveys, post questions, and there'll also be a tag system where students, let's say, since interested in behavioral insights, he can put in the tag of behavioral insights. Other students can search for students with particular tags, connect with them, and also kind of like a Reddit system where if there's an ongoing discussion, student can connect with them. And hello.
Yeah.
Like Shriram, can you just switch off your mic because there's an echo coming? I'll unmute you. No worries. Thanks.
Okay, so so there'll be discussions and platforms, open conversations where students with the similar interest will be able to connect, as well as there'll be a tag system. The students can put in their tags regarding topics they are interested in, and students with similar tags will be able to always search up and find them and connect together.
Okay, so the follow-up regarding this is, so essentially my concern with Acad Connect is it's a novel idea, right? Now, when you have such an idea which people are not used to it, there needs to be that extra push, more than giving that platform for people to do it also. There also needs to be some extra push to ensure that people get onto it and like properly adopt it. Like, let's say something like the InstaSpace app, even though it is like much more functional than the previous app, it still is facing some problems with adoption properly. So from your side, can you think of like, some ways you would ensure that this becomes proper culture? And yeah, that is.
Yeah, so if you look into my manifesto point regarding club incubation, this actually builds into that. So right now, let's say regarding behavioral insights club or trading club, the clubs that are the clubs that are set up in the academic affairs secretary, there's no proper pipeline that was followed. That is also the reason why some of these clubs are no longer properly functional and may disbanded by themselves in the next year. So making sure that all the clubs have to be formed from a community where students actually get together, start a project, get faculty approval, and a specific pipeline for students to start clubs. I think this will promote students actually coming together regarding academic topics and actually conversing. And I understand your concern regarding it's a culture that's not existent in IITM, and that's something that needs to be there. I believe that I will actually naturally come out based on the academic, ecosystem we currently have, where students actually, for let's say finance project or a behavioral insights project, students will have to actually connect with others and start to set it.
Thank you. So for Lakshya, it's about the runners-up. I'll mention the concerns I have, and you can like clarify and elaborate on how you would deal with them. So essentially, I think the main problem was, this year also, this was there where some people had their friends informally come and be the runners, and there was like not a proper system in place. I understand the need for formalization. Right? The concern is, let's say you have told that you will formalize it and give runners to everyone. But the basic concern there would be, how do you ensure that everyone would get it? Because the job of a runner is something which I had to get like someone who was very close to me to do it, because it is intensive and like they have to be there throughout the day. And if there are multiple days of placements for majority of people, then they have to be there for multiple days. So what are your ways to tackle this?
Okay. Yeah. So firstly, I'll talk about like the three-stage procedure we will have. So as you know, like the placements happens in a slot-wise process. We have 1.1, 1.2, 2.1, and then so on. Okay. So firstly, first stage will be to collect a preference order from the students who they want to be as their runners. Okay. So at that time, like we can use the preference order. Okay. So firstly, it will be that. Now coming to the second stage, if a student does not want to, like does not have any runner, he can specify, or he wants the placement teams to choose. So at that time, like from the already like list of place students, the student can we can basically from those place students, we can ask anyone like if the student is agreeing to become his runner for the upcoming slot. Okay. Till his some other friend does not get free. And in the like final case, if that even if that is not working out, then like in a slot there are a lot of DPCs who are actually not handling any companies in that slot. So we can ask a few of the DPCs as well to like become the runners for them in that slot till they can get some other like friend.
Okay, my follow-up to that would be, there are like more than 1,000 students sitting for placements, and one concern that I am a glaring concern that I get is like, will there be enough? It's the same concern again. Have you done any, like, maybe do you have any statistics that you can show, or like, are people willing to do this? Do you have any sort of anything to support? If not, it's okay.
Okay, yeah. So like regarding this, the figure you are told about 1,000 students sitting for placements. Okay, like the figure is actually much more, but in one slot, there is not like the number of students is not that high as like what you are thinking right now. Okay, in a single slot, like this year also, like we are like informally the runners had come for the students, and mostly students were actually able to get a runner for them. So even to clear out the edge cases, if the student can get no runner or anything, like we will be helping them out in this way. And I am sure that we will be able to provide like all of the students with the runner. As of now, like in that part of definite statistics, I don't have such right now. But yeah, I can assure you that we'll be able to send a runner to everyone who's sitting in that slot.
Yeah, thank you. That's it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Srinam. Right. Okay. So I don't feel there is any new EC member who wants to put forward his point. I'll allow Ram Kamal to make certain clarifications. And at max, if you have one question to both the candidates, like in common, you can ask. Otherwise, clarifications are most welcome.
Yeah, so some clarifications I wanted to tell. So this is not exactly just a question, like just clarification on facts alone, but just to close ends on some of the discussions that were happening earlier, because I have a better context to all of them. Sure. Thing is regarding Coursera and Udemy, I am telling you, you can give you in writing, Institute will never endorse Coursera or Udemy courses because it is a direct clash with NPTEL. NPTEL is our brainchild. We are constantly working on improving it, as well as we have the online has a good host of courses in multiple topics that, like I said, was finalized a few weeks back for UG students usage. They can credit it. So since the institute is already going in an online mode, with a lot of courses being offered. Like for example, if Kamakoti sir has personally made courses for class 10 people to improve in mathematics. The institute is making a lot of courses. So no one in the administration will ever even hear if you want to get a course or a Udemy subscription, because when we can make the same good quality content in-house, why would we pay for someone outside? Right. So that is one fundamental issue. At least in the next few years, we will not see any of these things being happening. So next thing is regarding the concept of runners. I just wanted to make a certain clarification. So we did have runner in online years. We do have runners in off. And yes, there is one exact problem where there are multiple people crowding outside the door. And we can't stop that because ultimately place students can also come to the venue. So one question I would like to ask about runner, one clarification question. It's not just a single question. I will tell you how I see a runner working out next year. The current problem is that in 1.1, you will have people who are all sitting for placements, right? And the only time we have a contact CSV to be updated is before placements. So we can't constantly keep updating the runner contact of every student, right? So in 1.1, let's say you get placed, and then one of your friends wants you as a runner. And every single slot that will dynamically keep changing. 1.1 people will have some juniors, some of them won't. Some of them will be self-sufficient. When runners are required in future days, the contacts will be based on who's placed and who's not placed. So what dynamic system do you have right now to basically make sure runner contacts are updated to all the team members who can contact them?
Yeah. So currently, like as soon as the slot gets over, okay, we get we are most able to get the list of all of the students who are placed in that slot. Okay. And as you talked about the contacts of the students that are released by the placement team to all of the coordinators. So we will have the details of the students as well. Okay. It won't take that much time into compiling it into a list. Any student who is not having a runner of himself, okay, we can approach him, and at that time he will have the ability to choose that. Okay. So I will in the sense most of the students will be able to get a runner for them. Talking about the 1.1 slot, in 1.1 slot, I do agree, but there will be a lot, there is actually a pool of qualified individuals sitting in the 1.1 slot. Okay. So, and at that point of time, getting a runner for them will be a bit difficult, because most of the students would have gone to their homes, and the other students would be preparing for their placements. So I believe like 1.1 slot will be a problem, like in which like the placement team would have to tackle it in such a way. But I believe that in the later slots, like we won't be facing that much of a problem.
See, again, my problem is still the same. You have the same problem as there this year, wherein there is no way to dynamically update the contact of a person's runner. Do you know what the solution we have in mind? We partially did it this year. We couldn't finish it because of one cert. We wanted to do a placement app this year. We couldn't. That is the reason why we couldn't finish it. Now you tell me there is already a feature in place which almost enables runners, except for one small bit. Do you know what it is?
Yeah, no, like if you could talk about it, would be.
Yeah. So the clarification that I want to give is the point that you have put, formalizing a runner, is something you would look like to see in probably a DPC or a PC app. The last step that's required for us is that we have something called the alternate contact number on the placement website. Anyone can edit at any point in time. So once someone placed, once someone is placed, all you have to do is find one of your friends who's placed, put their contact in that field, and have a mode by which student as the placement team can see the alternate number at any given point in time for a student. And that is where we need an app. So the portal will not fix it because the portal is not optimized for mobile usage. So all is an app which will display the alternate number at given point in time, and your problem is solved. There is no formalization. There is no everything except this one small piece is there. That is why I think even though formalizing runner is a good idea, it's been in the works. Just the last one piece is missing, and that is why I don't think it's a manifesto worthy point. I think it's a good idea that it's good that you've identified the gap, but it's just one small move of making the app and putting the data there to basically finalize the loop where alternate contact numbers can be used to contact your runner. It is the only piece that's missing. That is why I think it doesn't really have much of an impact in the manifesto.
Ramka will just make the clarifications if you have questions.
Yeah, the last question. Yeah, the last one question I have. That's
clarifications are done, right?
Yeah, just one question for both of them.
Sure.
Yeah. So next thing is, I think one thing that most people have like debated in multiple forums across multiple years and so on. So there is this thing regarding attendance has to be reduced even further, and both of you have some initiatives regarding graded punishments and so on. So the first problem with graded punishment is that if you have a graded system, then you will force all the faculty to basically start taking attendance. Right now, a rough number is around 25 to 30% actually take attendance in their class, and only even a smaller fraction of that impose the strict 85% attendance rule. By making a graded system in place, you are basically forcing every single faculty to take attendance. So by doing this system of graded punishments, you are creating a problem wherein every faculty will take attendance. Students will be forced to go to 80-85% or somewhere around that range. And by benefiting 2% of students who are suffering because of 85% course syllabus, you are punishing 50% of students who will have to attend almost every class from now on. How is this point worth implementing right now? Don't you think there is a larger change that has to come about in the system as such? That is one thing. Secondly, with respect to Lakshaya's, some of points regarding NPTEL credit transfer, this, that, repeating course for grade improvement, the pass-fail category that I said. Don't you think a larger institution of change has to come forward rather than, these small tweaks that you want? A lot of system freedom has been brought in the form of IEEE. And right now, Lakshya, the manifesto you put is like going at the brink and trying to make things that are like expecting too much out of faculty and profs to like accommodate right now. Don't you think a larger change has to be brought in rather than trying cheap tricks like, grade improvement, finance minor, IEEE, all these things will be taken care of administration or it won't happen. As an AS for next year, leaving all these cheap points aside, what is one major thing that you think you should institute in the institute? Apart from all these points that are mostly run by the administration and are infeasible or already have been done, let's ignore the entire section. Now you tell me, ignoring the academics aspect of it because it's not driven by you guys for the most part, what is the one change that we read right now?
So this one is to Lakshay, right?
Both of them can answer. You can choose who go first.
Yeah. Who wants to go first?
You don't want to go. Okay, fine. I'll go. So regarding the attendance, I think that's the only part that's actually directed to me. So regarding the attendance factor and professors actually taking up more attendance. I'm not if you're aware, but I think it was in 2018 or 2019 where under the previous director of IIT Madras, the issue of attendance actually came about, was put up in the Senate. And the proposal, I believe, was to reduce it to some number 75 or 65. And the director, surprisingly, was asked that, why do we reduce it to 75, 65? Why can't we not have attendance at all? And very surprisingly, all the professors in the Senate were on board with the idea. And it seemed at the point that it was going to get passed. At that point, the then Dean of Students, the then Research Affairs Secretary, and the then Student General Secretary are the ones who brought up the issue that attendance serves another fundamental purpose in the academic system. Right now, attendance is a way to track whether students are actually putting the effort to go to classes and students are actually involved in the academic, their curriculum. If there is no attendance policy at all, then you don't know whether students are actually going to classes. You don't know whether students are. There is no feedback mechanism where, let's say, a student has completely lost interest of academics and is absolutely not doing anything in a semester. This kind of ties into the mental health aspect where you really can't know whether a student is actually involved in academics. This is a fundamental issue raised by the then student, Professor Shivakumar, I believe, and was approved by the. Then this was again taken to multiple departments and it never got anywhere. So yes, I do believe attendance should be taken, but then the problem of W grades and the 85% cutoff is why the student community doesn't like it. That's why I worked with the DNAC and he also liked this idea about the ACGPA system. So essentially through the ACGPA system, you're not exactly academically penalizing students who are not going to class. So even if you take attendance, it's an average attendance of all courses in a semester. So that is a much more efficient way to track whether students are putting effort academically. And even if you drop it below arbitrary percentage, is not like suddenly you get Ws and you have to redo a course. And any arbitrary cutoff where below that you have to redo courses, I don't think it's a very nurturing ecosystem. So the ACGP system actually incorporates both of the points that you raised up, and it's a very elegant solution.
Yeah. So, like, firstly, I agree that as an academic institution, certain academic barometers are necessary. Okay, because we like if the professor who are highly knowledgeable are teaching the course and taking the time out for students, the students should also we should also ensure that the students go to the classes and actually learn the concept that the professor is trying to teach. Now, talking about the attendance criteria. Okay, so in the attendance criteria, firstly, I had talked to the Dean Academics. So he had proposed both of the points to me, both the graded punishments as well as like what my friend Mehmet had told. So firstly, one major flaw I see with that point is that what Mehmet had suggested is that there are a lot of professors right now who are not keeping a record of the placements of the students. So sorry, the attendance of the students. So in that case, like if the professor is not keeping a record, okay, bringing a certain sort of this system will force the professor to keep a record of the students who are coming to his class. So in that case, like it will be difficult to get an overall attendance for the students, student in that semester. Now coming to the graded punishments part. So like regarding the graded punishments, okay, firstly, we need to ensure that students who are having attendance between 65 to 85%, okay, in that case, sort of a grade reduction is not preferred. Personally, I would prefer that the student would get some sort of other punitive action, in some sense that they can get certain amount of library hour work, or they can get some sort of other punishment. A graded punishment is only required if the student's attendance in that course is very low. Okay. And as you know, a lot of online platforms have risen. Students study from NPTEL, they study from YouTube. So they study from a lot of platforms. So keeping a strict attendance criteria of 85% is not it's not a justified decision. I believe. Now coming to the other points, personally, academics, I feel is a very important part of an academic affairs secretary, because an academic affairs secretary, it is my duty to emphasize the academic issues that are being faced by the students as well. Okay. Now, if you keep the academics issue aside, one of the most important aspects is regarding the career development of a student, which comes under the career development cell. Okay. So in the career development cell, the initiatives that I have brought, with respect to the preparation calendar and with respect to the core preparation, through these points, I believe we can help the students in the in their overall career development and in the development as a person when they come to the institute.
Yeah, okay. I just one final clarification and I'll wrap up. No more
Final clarification.
So the answer that I was looking for, I don't think either of you are aware of this. So at the end of this year, we are looking, as an AS whoever becomes elected, it is your duty to push for the next new curriculum task force. There has been a systematic change coming in the last 6-7 years. The IEEE is being introduced, the online course being introduced, and first year courses no longer making sense in the syllabus. So instead of your entire first 8 points, right? Like most of them are very small scale answers. We are at this point in this decade. The last curriculum task was in 2014, where a whole set of changes were made. And Senate is consisting of faculty who are on the older side because they're professors and they don't really have the time to sit and design new things. A new curriculum, if you design a new curriculum task force, you will have younger faculty who will be dedicated more, who will resonate more these ideas, and you'll be part of it, where you can come up with entirely different curriculums and actually institute large changes like attendance policies, pass and fail grades for some courses, and so on. Right now, the direction in which this manifesto is there, at least seems that there is some lack of understanding of how the whole system works. And I would have liked to see, instead of the entire 8 points, 1 point saying that they're going to push for a new curriculum task force would have actually made more sense, all of these combined. And as an academic secretary, academics is something that's important, but this you have put is basically the viewpoint of a GSB member. All of these things, more than what I put in my own manifesto, in 20-30 points, I've tried at the DNSC at multiple points in time. But ultimately, what I believe is the most important aspect is placements and internships. And I would have liked to see a bit more effort on that side. Anyway, my closing comment is new curriculum task force is the most important agenda of next year, apart from placements and internships. And I hope whoever wins looks into it with a bit more rigor.
Okay, thanks, Ramkamal. So before we move on to the core questioning, there are a couple of audience questions which we'll take up. So since they are concise and they can be wrapped up easily. So one of the GSB member, Kirtan Sudhakar asks that what is the criteria and process of blacklisting companies? This to both the candidates. So whoever wants to answer first.
So,
Yeah.
the criteria for blacklisting a company is essentially, it's a very subsidiary process. First of all, I like to clarify the blacklisting is not officially something, that's followed where we're blacklisting, we'll never contact you or anything. Blacklisting is something much more, yearly based in the current placement and internship scenario. Essentially, if a company we are, in active discussion, violates in letter or in spirit any of our placement policies, like revoking offers or any of such malpractices, essentially what we do is we don't call the company anymore. There's no legal binding document saying, we are blacklisting you and you can't contact us. And in fact, a lot of the companies that we practically blacklisted last year actually registered on the portal. We just did not approve them. So, for the grounds on which is, breaking the spirit and letter of the placement and internship policy, like rescinding offers, not keeping up with the policy during phase 1 and all. And regarding the procedure for blacklisting, you have to take it up the placement advisor. It's up to the team to set up a meeting with the placement advisor and the company and try to convince them of what exactly they did wrong during the process. And if they not agree with it or if they don't give a reasonable suggestion, we decide to blacklist the company. It has to be ratified in the board of placements as well. Once it's ratified, we won't call the company next year, or if they register, we won't approve them. And we'll also inform the same to the AIPC Council, where we'll push for blacklisting the companies across all IITs. But in practice, at least over the last few years, it's not been followed. If we blacklist a company, other IITs don't really follow through. But that is something at least ideally should be there.
Okay. Yeah. So like in addition, like I would like to raise some other points as well. So like the process of blacklisting the company. So firstly, like in the BOS and the BOP, there has been a suggestion in refraining from like blacklisting the companies for like simple reasons. Okay. As a placement team, we need to ensure that whenever a company is taking such step which violates the policies of like placements at IIT Madras, firstly with the placement advisor and like the whole and the office, we like first talk with the company and try to like ensure that whatever policy that they are breaking, okay, we we inform them and then we like get the corrective action for that. Okay, first we try to ensure that, and secondly, like aside from not calling them for like placements, there can be several other corrective measures as well. If the if the grievance is not that serious, then there can be a slot there can be a slot reduction in the upcoming placement season. And like there can be we can use these sorts of tactics also to first convince the companies to not revoke the offers or break the policy as such.
Okay, we move on to the next question. So Dia Binu asks the question to both the candidates that how will the new MA program students be integrated into the current placements and interns process?
You wanna go first?
Yeah, so like this batch was the final batch of the students who actually came through the BA plus MA program, and we'll be shifting to a just an MA program. So like right now, what I feel like for this year's placements and internships, the new students who have come, okay, they won't they won't be sitting for their placements and internships, but I feel that it is necessary that we devise a policy for them so that like we can integrate them into our internships and placement scenario, just like we have integrated the MTech and the MSc students as well into like this year's internships, as well as the placements, like they have been already integrated.
The MTechs were already allowed to sit for internships, but coming to the question, the students who just got into the MA program, I believe is a 2-year program. So there will be at least 1 year overlap where students from the current system, BMA, because it's 5-year program, and I think there'll be multiple years where students from both these streams will actually sit for placements and internships. So it is kind of a process where the placement team, the HS placement team, will need to have members from both of this BMA program as well as the MA program to sit for the placement. I don't think there are specific policy documents that we have to redraft, because fundamentally we have other taught and research programs like MSc, MS, PhD, or it's a very inclusive policy document we have. Regarding how we integrate them, it's a matter of training both the students as well as the placement team to orient themselves towards helping their preparation. Because one fundamental duty of the placement team is to do outreach to get the students specifically what those students are preparing for. So the BAMA students having a 5-year program and the MA student having a 2-year program, there'll be a fundamental difference as to what they would be expecting out of the placement team. So that also has to be addressed by a hybrid year where the team will have representation from each of these different things.
Okay, moving on to the next question. So Anushka asks that, does the team officially do winter internships? Why or why not?
The team does not officially do winter internships. If a company specifically reaches out to us, let's say a company like Tata ML or Tata Connection Systems, if a company reaches out to us saying they want to hire winter internships, we don't have an official pipeline. We don't put it on the placement portal or ask the students to do it. But we do, circulate the opportunity to different students so that they can avail of it. We make all the information accessible to students so they can apply to the company and get a proper winter internship. Regarding why we don't have a specific pipeline to having internships, it's 2-part. One, academically over the years, summer internships was part of the curriculum. It's just part of the curriculum. That's something mandated by the administration. So we have to facilitate that. And winter internships are something that the timelines of especially even for members of the placement team or SAR and Shasar, winter is not always just overlooking the fact that the winter break will be smaller, but it's also very subject to what the winter break is to the students. So the winter internships is also not mandated in the curriculum. And the second aspect is, of course, winter is where the placement season happens, and that is a very big task where the entire placement team is focused on. So having a systematic winter internship drive, just catering to winter internships, would actually kind of eat into the resources we have in terms of the placement team.
Yeah, so like firstly, like I'll talk about the winter internship aspect. So personally, I feel like this year, like I had like when I was talking and taking funders from the BTech CS core, I had asked him, and he had told me there are several there were some of the HFT firms which had given winter internships to the students. Okay, and in that the student already had a summer internship at a different firm. So he had asked me, in such a case that the company that had given him a winter internship gives him a PPO, then in that case, how will you handle that? Because the company which he has got for the summer internship, then that company will raise a concern. So in that sense, I feel that we need to create a policy for the winter internships as well. Also, as Mehmet had told, winter internship will clash with our placements, but I believe the procedure for internship should be a year-long process, and there should be some people who should be looking towards the internship specifically during the time of the placements, so that the companies keep on coming in and there is a constant stream of companies.
Okay, moving on to the next question. Praneeth is asking that, why does the institute not fund the placement process?
Okay, if you're referring to the fact that Gymkhana fees are not used for placement and internships, and placement and internship registration funds are used instead, the fundamental reason is that the Gymkhana funds are supposed to be used for activities that are open to all students or like are relevant to all the students. Placements and internships beyond the fact that they're just there for the third year and fourth year students. It is not something that every student goes through, right? For a lot of our student community, placements is something that's very fundamental to the institute life. But there are a lot of students who decide to overlook placements and go for higher studies or explore a lot of different other avenues in life. Asking them to pay for, something that only other people benefit from is not something fair, and that's why traditionally the Gymkhana fees have not been used for placements and internships. And as there is a slight clarification I'd like to give, you can't explicitly say that the institute is not funding it. Because like I said, in the placement and internship office, there are at least 2 staff members that the institute is funding, providing salary for. And even when you run placements in, let's say, Kaveri or Mandagiri, internships in Mandagiri, there's a lot of, invisible funding that the institute gives by giving us the infrastructure, giving us the electricity, the, other infrastructure we require for running the process. So it's somewhat unfair to say that the administration doesn't support placements or internships at all, but using the money that all students pay for a process that's only open to certain students is not something fair, and that is why traditionally it's not been used.
Yeah, so mostly like how Mehmet had answered the question, it it covered various aspects, and like it is true that the Gymkhana fund is actually used for all of the activities relating to the GSB, and like the students who are sitting only for the internships and placements. Okay, so at that time, the students, like the other students, can raise a concern that why our money is being used to fund their internships and placements, or the students who are going for higher studies or anything, they are like they will raise the issue. That is why we don't use that. Yeah, also the institute, the institute will provides us the infrastructure and everything. And I believe like the students who are sitting for internships and placements, when they pay the fees, okay, the the students are somewhat it creates a mental picture in front of the students that as they have paid the fees, then it is the time to prepare well for their placements, and it is specifically for the internship that they prepare well, and through the institute in turn they are able to actually crack a company and get an offer.
Okay, next question. Tulsi A is asking that what is the division of responsibilities between placement office and student run team?
Okay, yeah. So mostly when I had gone to the placement office and talked to the placement office members, they had told me that mostly the placements is a student run process, and that is actually true. A lot of components are handled by the students, by the course, by the heads, and by the academic affairs secretary himself. The placement office helps us in such a way, during the placements when we are having the offline placement, the say in the control room, or most of the placement office members are there. Okay, and there are several things taking a record of the number of offers that have been given by the company, uploading all of the information on the portal that is looked after the placement office. Also, the creation of the placement portal was done by the placement office itself. So these are the aspects in which the office helps the placement team in conducting the placement successfully.
Okay, the placement team being a student-run team, and the fact that a lot of company outreach is done by the student is true. We handle most of the companies ourselves. Not most of the companies, we handle all the companies ourselves unless there's an escalation where it's taken to the placement advisor. Having said that, the placement office is a very fundamental stakeholder in the process, because there are more like 8 or 10 staff members in the placement office who actively working record keeping, actively bridging the gap between the institution and the student placement. Like I said, there's a lot of ways the institute actually provides us infrastructure and help in running the placements and internships, and that is through the placement office. It's not something that some placement office staff come and count the offers during December or anything. Fundamentally, these are employees that are paid and work for placements throughout the year. They have specific mail IDs. They specifically contact the companies as well. If the company reaches out to us, they provide the bridge between the institute and the students, and sometimes even as a bridge between the companies and the students. Also, regarding any expenditure, the student placement team doesn't have authority to take out any expenditure on their own. Every expenditure from the placement budget has to be vetted by the placement office and the advisor. And when it comes to policy matters, it's actually policies are actually taken in the board of placements, where there are faculty from every department and just the academic affairs secretary as a representative. So in fact, most of the placement policies, internship policies that we have in place right now are contrary to the popular opinion, actually framed by professors, the placement advisor and the placement office, with just the AS being the only voice there rather than the other student members of the team.
Okay. So one of the JSB member, Krishna, is asking that nameless international HFT firm rescinds internship offer as visa was rejected. On one hand, it is an incredibly reputed firm, and banning them from Insti causes student to lose out on this opportunity. On the other hand, the student has lost their offer. How would you go about resolving this issue with both parties?
Okay, I think this was in fact a particular issue that actually happened in the last drive. So yeah, just an international HFT, that too due to visa issues, cancelling an offer, you can't blacklist a company. And there are other steps to be taken. And it's not like an international HFT that always comes to IIT Madras only at 12 AM. You can't even ask them to go down to a worse slot. You can't ask them to come in 1.2 slot. They'll happily go to a different IIT. So at that scenario, what you can try is to work with the company and try to get loop in perhaps other stakeholders, including the alumni and the foreign relations institutes, foreign relation councils we have in the institute, to try and figure out that issue and try to get it sorted for the students, and try to have the company be more accommodating for the student, and maybe even facilitate an online internship if they are fine with it. If all of these different avenues break down, the solution is to have the students sit for internships in the coming days as well, and try to give him a better offer, because at the end of the day, without his fault, his offer got revoked. So he'd be allowed to sit for internship process again, and we'd be actively trying with the company to bring out any potential opportunity, virtual internship or postponed internship where he's he's taking care of the internship in a hybrid mode, so maybe 1 month here and 1 month at the institute. If the time crunch was there in terms of getting the visa, there are a lot of initiatives like that. There are a lot of methods like that where we can try to incorporate the internship. But if all else fails, if it is a very reputed HFT, blacklisting them or reducing their slot, one slot down is the same as blacklisting, and I don't think that's a very feasible solution. We did not do it this year also. We allowed the student to sit for internships again.
Yeah, so mostly I'll try to concise it in a simple process. Mostly for the HFTs, we have to basically take account into all of the stakeholders that are involved in this discussion, and ensure that we are able to provide justice to the student. In any case, if the things actually go out of hand, then yeah, the student will be allowed to sit for internships in the coming days. And also, as Mehmet had told, the HFTs, if you try to give them some other slot, they'll go to some other IIT because of the strict standards that they have kept, which they're expecting from the IITs itself. So in and all, for these HFT firms, we need to ensure that we try to resolve the issue as soon as possible in the starting stage itself.
Okay. Last question, audience, I'll entertain is that from Mehboob Ali. He says that given that mental health is a hot topic of discussion in Insti now, and placements and interns are some of the main reasons that affect students' mental health, do you have initiatives to improve the situation?
Yeah. So firstly, I had gone talk to the wellness center as well. I had also talked to the SGS regarding this and the Mitra team regarding this. So what they had told me, this year they are along with the placement team, they'll be planning to devise a different strategy, and that on the ground for placements, certain volunteers from Mitra team can be there so that they can help out. And if there are any if a coordinator from the placement team finds out any student is having such issues or he is in distress, at that time he can contact the Mitra volunteers, who can then reach out to either reach out to the student himself, or they can transfer the case to the wellness center. So from there, the things can be taken forward. The student can get the proper care during the time of the placements.
I've already put in initially in my manifesto addressing the very core problem of how mentally pressurizing placements and internships is. I did not loop in Sati or Mitra because fundamentally it is something that is evident over the course of years that professional help is actually required when it comes to mental health issues. You can't just rely on a student to solve the issues. And especially when it comes to placements and internships, given the fact that members of the Sati or members of Mitra wouldn't have seen placements themselves. They are students of the IIT. They have not gone through that process. They would not have enough perspectives or enough understanding of the issues that a student would have. That is why I'm working with the Wellness Center to bring in more professional help, do mapping to professional counselors, and increase the accessibility and approachability in the sphere, so that students, and also making the entire process through the placement portal and everything, trying to loop in third-party workshops as well, so that students and the team are more sensitized to the issues that happen during placements and help them in a more comprehensive and actually supportive way, rather than just giving them 2 or 3 volunteers, which won't actually have that much of an impact. Thank you.
Yeah. So we're done with these GSB questions. Since SGS had raised it hand long time back, even during the questioning hour, SGS, I'll allow you to make some clarifications. Question hour is done for the EC members, so I won't allow you to ask any questions. So if you have any clarification, you may do so, please.
Okay, yeah, hi. So clarification I wanted to give, one is Mevit has mentioned about library 24/7 and that he want to make in basement of library. That is not something is new. It's been there from last 4 months. They're working on it, and I think Ram Kamal also knows it. Is it not something you have to put in a manifesto? I'm just clarifying. I don't need any answer. I know already. I'm also working on that. Okay. The second point is he has mentioned about WebOps and MovOps team, and there is no feasibility has been taken from me or either any of the team members. So including something when Vaibhavi asked you about WebOps team of his site from the C5, you have mentioned about the institute, WebOps and MevOps can also be included. You are not taken any feasibility in any way. Okay.
I'm sorry if you missed it. I never said that I would take any help from the institute of WebOps and MovOps.
You have mentioned. I remember you have mentioned. So that's what
I'm through the feasibility report. I am recruiting a new WebOps and MovOps under me. Okay. Continue.
Okay, and the third point is about the BS courses being implemented. Where the Ram Kamal has mentioned in the start key, it is proposed in the BSc. The BSc was held on 21st of February, and I remember the manifesto was submission was over on 18th February. That is 3 days before our BSc date. Okay, so this is not something I feel ki saying a candidate ki how could you put. I feel ki the agenda was brought to the dean's notice, and the dean might have felt ki and this is not the regular BSc. Also, the fact is the agenda where the point was raised for the BS courses was not regular BSc. Regular BSc was over, some 15 days before. This was ad hoc BSc, like adding to the previous BSc. So the few points were there, and in that BSc meeting, Dean AC has brought up this point. He wants some BS courses to be allowed, as a electives for our IITM students. Okay, so these are the clarification I wanted to give. Okay, I don't have any question. Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Ajay. Okay, Ram Kamal wants to. Hey, Ram Kamal, just a clarification. Please make it very concise. I'll move on because we are already overshooting the time. Please don't attack any other EC or candidate. Just make a clarification.
Yeah. So I didn't think Ajay came for the meeting, but the BSc online degree was partially discussed already on 7th February. And these people both spoke to the candidate on 13th. That's it.
Okay, thanks, Ram Kamal. Course, if you have any question, please raise your hand. I'll unmute you. You may ask a question. You don't have any follow-up opportunity. You just ask a question, you get the answer, and that's all. Please raise your hands. Santosh, I've unmuted you. You may ask a question.
Yeah.
There are no follow-ups. I'm very clear with it.
Sure, got it. But do I get only one question, or can I ask a second and a third
You
question?
ask one question to both the candidates, or just one question to one candidate?
Okay, that's cool, fine. Then my question is to Lakshya. So we have had issues with firms like MBB, like McKinsey, Bain, BCG, where they have locked up students previously in interviews. So what were the steps that we have taken to prevent the same? And especially this year, what were the steps that we have taken to prevent it? And just to add context to that question, in your T5 closed room interview, I've mentioned the duration of the interview is something, it's a company's internal policy. I would like to ask you to go through our placement and internship policies. We have a strict cap of 1 hour. So companies are supposed to complete the interview within that time, beyond which these firms have done interviews. That is called locking up. So what have we done this year to prevent it?
Okay, that's a question, Santosh, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Santosh.
Okay, so firstly, I'll talk about the practicality of the things. Okay, you will also agree with me that there are a lot of companies which overshoot their interview timings. Okay, they divide their like they divide it into separate rounds of interview in and all, which totals into like more than like whatever you had stated in the placement policy. Also, like regarding like consulting funders, when I had actually like went to Mehmet and taken funders from him, he had told me that we had devised a system with for internships and also placements for internship with Bain and BCG, and for placements with the McKinsey, Bain and BCG. Okay, in which like whatever like the hot list that the companies are giving and the preference order that are given by the students who are sitting for placements. Okay, we took that factors into account, and then from that we had formulated the strategy for the students who were sitting for these consulting interviews.
Santosh, you have the opportunity to clarify. Clarification is there for course, but no questions or follow-ups. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Got it. So, yeah, the clarification is we have been taking preferences and formulating a strategy, as you mentioned, since years. There is one thing that we have done differently this year. That is what I was asking you. What is the one thing that we have done differently? The so-called strategizing. What is that strategizing is what I was trying to ask. But yeah, looks like you might or might not be aware of it, but it's okay. I'll end it here.
Thanks, Santosh. Yeah, Samyak Jha.
Yeah, thank you. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
audible.
Yeah, okay. So I wanted to ask a question to Lakshya. So regarding the MTech course mapping point, so you've written that the proof of concept is that basically if a structural engineering profile open only to civil, if aero people they can pitch for it. But this is like what we do exactly. I personally might have done it 15 times. So I don't understand what new thing is being proposed here, because this is basically exactly the thing that we do during pitching.
Okay. Yeah. So like when I was talking with the MTech placement course, they had raised this issue with me as well. In MTech course swapping, what we'll be doing is that firstly, it will work in 2 stages. Phase 1 will be before the placement season actually starts. We'll be recording like whatever the projects a student has done and what courses he has taken. Initially, we'll be mapping them to a suitable profile for the like different profiles that are coming in the placements. And the second phase will happen after we actually get the resumes of the students. So when we get the resumes of the student, then we'll be actually finalizing, and through this like mapping of the students, when we are actually doing company outreach, I believe through my initiative, we'll be able to open more companies for more MTech specialization, thus like increasing the diversity of choices that the MTech students get when they're sitting for their placements.
Yeah, clarification, Samyak, if you want to put forward.
Yeah, I just have one clarification, which is like this is the exact thing that we do. At least I did, and I know that many courses did, to sit with students and get their preferences, courses, projects, and do this exact same thing that he has said. So that's my only clarification.
Thanks, Samyak. Yeah, Harichandan. Yeah.
Yeah, hello. So this question is, I mean, anyone of you can choose to answer this. So this is specifically regarding the electrical core engineering profiles. So there are very less electrical profiles which give international offers. So 2 such companies are Sony Japan and Samsung Korea. They have been actively hiring across multiple universities across the globe, but they are not coming to IIT since so many years. What do you think are the reasons why they are not coming, and how do you think you can get them on board?
So the fundamental reason why a non-core outreach and core outreach differ so much, that's why IPR team and different department teams are separate, is that a lot of core companies, a lot of core outreach actually depends upon the professors of the department. A lot of international recruiters, including the ones you said, have active relationships with the professors in other IITs. And they leverage that, the placement teams of those institutes leverage that and actually get those companies on board. Being one of the top institutes of research in India, IIT Madras also has a lot of reputed of our own professors doing active projects with a lot of these international firms. We should be more actively engaged in terms of through BOP as well as directly, approaching the professors of our department to actually get these international companies on board. Also, regarding the specific companies you mentioned, those companies also have the policy that this is something common to some of the core companies, especially in electrical and mechanical, that these companies take the decision of which IITs to hire 1 year beforehand. So we tried reaching out. In fact, even the CS team tried reaching out to one of these companies because there was overlap between CS and elect. And the response they got was that for this year, they have already made the decision and there's nothing they can do right now. So we've already put in the effort to get them here next year. And the additional steps to take here is to actually leverage the board of. So in the board of placements, essentially, there's one faculty from every department who represents a department there. So through them, we can actually reach out to more professors who are actively doing research through ICSR or their own individual industry projects and leverage that to get more of these international core opportunities onto campus. Any clarification, Chandan?
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, it is completely.
Yeah, thanks, Chandan. Rohini, you may ask your question.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Cool. This question is for both of them. So let's say post day one of placements or phase one, some media organization or some news channel reaches out to you as the AS over mail or calls you personally and ask you for a story on the recruitment season to write an article. And they say, okay, you can make the numbers and get back to us. So in this situation, what are the steps you would take?
Wants to go first. You go first. You don't want to answer. Do
you want to go? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So in such case, like any of this sort happens, firstly, the placement advisor, I'll have to talk to the placement advisor first, because talking to such news media bodies, you have to be very careful with them in leaking out some of we shouldn't leak out the information that should be presented at the time when it is appropriate. Okay, so it is necessary to take feedback from the placement advisor, and also we have to decide the agenda of the the agenda of the reporter first, what he or she is actually planning to take from you. Okay, what sort of information they are planning to get from you. Even after getting after knowing about the whole picture, then only decision can be made by the me or anyone as an academic affairs secretary to state whatever facts the reporter is asking from us.
Okay, as per the current policy of the institute, even the academic affairs secretary is not supposed to answer any of these media outlets. If a company approaches during placements regarding any stats or any policies or any news, the pipeline to follow is directly take it to the media cell of IITM. It's a media cell, doesn't have students. It's a body under the director, under the registrar. So the media cell media cell has a strategy every year in place that's formulated with the placement advice and AS to actively, decide how the media engagement is supposed to be. In any scenario where the academic secretary or any other placement team receives the call, the rule is that you have to directly redirect it to the media cell, whose contact will be given to the academic affairs secretary beforehand, and they have to take it up. Rohini, if you want to clarify anything.
Yeah, no clarifications. What just the media cell thing is the policy, as Mevit confirmed, although the confidentiality thing is that the media cell is the correct way to do it. Yeah, no clarifications.
Thanks, Rohini. Ashwin, you may ask your question.
Yeah, hey, my question is to Lakshya. So you said in the T5 interview that you had the most number of companies, which I think is 8. So, but then 4 among these are secondary, you were secondary POCs. Now, as a secondary POC, you just held the primary interview POC. And this work is usually given to deputy coordinators. Now, you take immense pride for doing something that the deputy coordinator is expected to do. And even my deputy coordinator, who is in his second year, has handled 9 companies during placement interviews. So what other work have you done in the placement team, and what other credits or something that you have has motivated you to put for the post of AS?
Okay, yeah. So firstly, if I talk about the companies that I've handled, in the companies that I was a secondary POC, okay, the primary POC was a DPC of my department only, and I wanted to make it sure that the experience that he is gaining, so that he also gets the experience of being a primary POC. So that is why, in that sense, I took the position of being a secondary POC. That is, I wanted to teach my DPC so that he can also get an experience of the same. Also, regarding I have handled the companies for internships as well and placements as well from the starting itself. Okay, I had so in that sense, and during the offline placements, I've actually seen the on ground scenario. I've interacted with the students and the HRs as well, and I believe I got an overall like whatever you say is like regarding the like placements, like how do the placements work in an offline mode. So I believe through that sense, I actually got a very good experience this year in the phase 1 of placements.
Yeah, I don't think so. That
Yeah,
needs
so
any clarification, does it?
yeah, I mean, even my DPC has handled a lot of companies during interns and placements. So that's nothing to be really proud of. So that's what I was saying. That's
Okay.
and
Yeah.
yeah.
Do you have anything to add?
No, I don't think I have anything to add.
Thanks, Ashwin. Thanks. Yeah.
This is
CS
Salman.
21. Yeah. M02.
Yeah, so I'm audible, right?
Yeah, you're audible. Just make sure you're loud when you ask a question.
Is it fine now?
Yeah, it's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, so my question is to Laksha, right? The placement is very important aspect of the IITs, every student, right? The AS position which takes the lead for the whole placement team, right? So they all look like, core, IPR core, everyone look for the AS guidelines and everything. So as we know that Laksha has only the placement coordinator experience. So how do you justify this, the experience and knowledge gap? So in order to, involve in the PS allocation, involve in the slotting allocation and the outreach, especially these three are very key aspect of the placement team. Because I'm being the part of this one, because I got a lot of info from the current, AS, Ramkamal and all. So with your experience, how do you justify this, the knowledge gap and the experience gap?
As an academic affairs secretary, I will be having a wonderful team, which with whom I'll be working, and I'll be constantly in touch with them.
Okay, so the clarification about this one, I think there are a lot of discussion going from the initial right now. There are a lot of discussion it has to take because you are managing your team. You have to take a lot of decisions. So you can't really depend on someone else in the team. So I think good experience and good knowledge should be sorry.
Out of disturbance, CS 21 M022. I think so. We have got an idea. Or if you can be loud and make sure the disturbance is not there.
I think someone is unmuted the mic, I guess.
No one is unmuted.
Now it's clear.
Yeah. Now is
Okay.
it fine? Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine. So what I'm saying that so as we the lot of discussion going on from the starting to here, so a lot of discussion has to take it has to come from only AS, right? So these are all the discussion even in slotting and outreach. A lot of discussion has to take by only the AS. So it has to be taken that part. So I feel that it needs some kind of experience and the knowledge. So that's it.
Okay. Thanks, bro. Sorry.
It's not a problem.
Am I audible?
Yeah. Yeah, Neeraj, you're audible. Can you ask a question?
Yeah. So I'll just ask you guys something about interview slotting, since that is one of the very important aspects of placements, internship as well, but we'll talk about a placement context, right? So let's have a situation. Let's say we have some startup, which a typical SD role, because software development role, because that is the most common thing we have. And it pays, let's say, 25 LPS CTC, right? And they're not a very regular recruiter. They might have come once or twice in the past. And for now, we've given them the 3.1 slot and communicated the same to them. They want a better slot now. So they came back to us saying that they want a better slot, and they also increased the CTC to 32 LPA. So would you agree to this deal? Not just a yes or no question, just walk me through your reasoning. It's for both of you. Anyone can start. What would you consider when you decide what to do on this?
You want me to go ahead? Okay. So slotting is not just based on CTC. There are a lot of key elements that go into slotting. Some of the primary things we look at is the number of offers the company has provided over the years, the relationship we have with the company regarding how honest they have been in negotiations and actually following up on their promises. Another aspect that we have to carefully consider here is the alumni feedback. we as a placement team, we actually during the slotting week, we actually reach out to alums who are placed in the company to get their feedback, to get their perspective of how the career journey is, so that we actually take that account into slotting. Because initially a company might be able to give 30 to LPA, and a lot of times, especially during startups, a CTC of 30 to LPA might not be, very honest. As in, they might give you a CTC of 30 to LPA as per the rules, but a lot of them will be stocks that are currently valuated based on the company's valuation, and it might be spread across a few years. It might include signing on bonuses. It might include retention bonuses. And as a slotting team, as a team that has handled a lot of these startups, a lot of times these companies try to, misdirect the team and the student community by artificially inflating, their package. In fact, even some of the recruiters, regular recruiters who are not even startups this year, inflated their CTC by almost 25% without fundamentally changing any actual package changes. So that is something that's much more rampant in startups. Another thing to notice here is that as a placement team, you're not just trying to get like fancy numbers, right? You have to ensure that when a student goes into a startup or a company, that his career there is safe, because we follow the one student, one policy offer. If a student receives an offer in 1.2, he cannot take up another offer in 2.1. So if you are bumping up a startup that also not a regular recruiter up a slot just because they're paying 8 lakhs more in the CTC, it is not a wise decision from the placement slotting team to take that call.
Yeah. So like during the slotting for the so for the slotting for the different interviews, like interview of a company. So as Mehmet had told, that it is important to take into account other factors as well. Okay. And it is true that a lot of companies actually hike up their CTC, but actually the base like stays the same or doesn't change a lot. And in that case also, like there will be some companies who will be making promises that we'll give around like we will give 20 offers or we'll give 30 offers or something like that. So in that case, we have to like take all of this with a grain of salt. Okay, as a slotting team, it is very like essential to look at what was the previous slot that was given to the company. What like are there any actual meaningful changes in the actual package that the company is giving? And also like regarding the number of offers, how many offers has the company given previously? And what is the company right now telling about? So these all factors need to be taken into account. And only after that, only after careful consideration, can there be any such sort of comments on like changing the slot of the company.
Just to bring to everyone's attention that we have 5 more minutes. By 45, we'll wrap this thing up. So make sure your questions are very concise, and the candidates, I request you to make sure your answer is precise. That's all. Just end it. Yeah. Abdullah, can you please ask your question?
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah, okay. So my question is for Lakshya.
Yeah.
So from a finance minor to the trading club, you are looking to impart knowledge about quantitative finance. Your manifesto also heavily implies this. At the same time, you're looking to improve a placement process where more than half of the so-called quant firms that these plans are targeting went back absolutely empty-handed. What does the placement team currently do to resolve such problems, and how can you improve them?
Okay, yeah. So like when I personally went to you and talked to you regarding the doing the funding session as well, you had raised the same concern to me, and that is why through the manifesto I've tried to resolve this. So firstly, through my initiatives of finance minor and the trading club, we'll be promoting the finance and trading culture in the institute, and with my IIE mathematics and computing point, we can also through this IIE more we can during a pitching time to the companies. Through that sense, we can increase, we can make the companies more convinced to stay back and not basically go back before they actually come for a placement.
So just a clarification for this question as well.
Yeah, sorry, Abdul, you may continue with the clarification.
Yeah, sure. So as a clarification to this question, so what you are suggesting is something long term, and what we want also is that even in the short term, we don't want to do that on relations, right? So what I would have liked to see is an answer most based on exploration, like say campus engagement events. These firms thrive on market volatility, even in the face of a recession. A couple have offered scholarship programs last year. One has also offered to fund PhDs. This is what you need to look out for. These firms tend to be open to very select departments, and this cuts down on the visibility of good students. And engagement programs are a good way to pitching in excellent students from other departments, which plays into the second aspect, pitching itself. which I think, as you being a placement coordinator, is something I would have expected you to focus on to make these opportunities more inclusive. Yeah, that'll be it.
Thanks, Abdullah. Yeah, Kailash. Yeah.
Yeah, hello. Okay, I'll ask my question. Okay. So, as you guys might know, that the policy for special cases has been changing ever since we started allowing graduated students to sit for placements in 2018. But until last year, repeaters were allowed to sit from day 3 onwards. But in this season, they were allowed to sit from day 1 itself. So my question is, why do you think this was done this year? And should the policy be changed or should remain the same? So this is to both of you. So any of you can start.
Yeah, so firstly, like this policy was changed because like due to the COVID pandemic, okay, there were a lot of students who didn't sit for their placements, okay, or they weren't able to prepare enough like for their placements to actually sit and get a company. So for these students, actually, we had like created this change this policy so that they can also get a chance to sit from day 1 itself. But personally, I feel that now, as that time has passed, we need to return back to whatever we had pre-COVID, so that we will shift again to the policy of like sitting from day 3 itself for these students.
Students who graduated sitting for from day 3 is a policy that was revisited because of fundamentally 2 things. One, we limited the range in which students can actually sit for placements. We limited the number of years after which you graduate that you can come back and sit for placements. And we also limited the number of times you can sit for placements. So even though with the current policy changes, we've actually reduced the pool of students who have graduated and can come sit for placements. And the fundamental point is that by making them sit for day 3, the initial reasoning way back when this policy was initially formulated was that you don't want them competing with students who are actually sitting in day 1 and day 2. But the ground reality is that most of these students who come back and sit are the students who had some problems or had to defer placements or could not properly sit for placements the first time. And adding on to the fact that most of our recruiters have a policy of only hiring fresh graduates. They won't hire from, especially day 1, day 2 companies. Most of the companies, recruiters in our day 1, day 2 slotting have the policy that they only hire recruiters from the fresher batch. So that is why this policy was revisited, and we've actually started to allow students before day 1. And I don't believe that discriminating them and just absolutely punishing them by saying that you don't have access to day 1 or day 2 offers is viable. If you're sitting for placements, you should be able to avail of all the opportunities. It actually adds into our policy of 1 student, 1 offer policy, which also kind of impacts the second time coming. If you received a placement offer that was not revoked the first time you sat for placements, you wouldn't be allowed to sit for placements the second time. So that's why the policy was fundamentally changed, and I believe that it should go forward. Yeah. Who asked the question? Was it Phil and Kailash?
Yeah, okay.
Clarification you can make. If you don't, then
yeah, I would just like to clarify that, Lakshya, this policy was in place before COVID as well. So
yeah,
students are allowed to sit from day 3 even before COVID. So
yeah,
it's not that it's because of COVID.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Kailash. Okay, since we are done with the soapbox and it's already 8:45 and above, so we are ending this soapbox here. Thank you everyone for being here. Finally, we are done with this soapbox, Academic Affairs Secretary.
Thanks, sir.
Of course, there's good correlation between the candidates, but we want that this relation to be maintained even among the GSB as well. It's just about period of elections. Post-elections, we all are students of IIT Madras. It's not just us, but even the state, or the image of IIT is dependent on our actions and the way we act. So make sure for whatever you do, what actions you take, we all are held accountable for it and we all are responsible for it. So make your actions wisely and judiciously. One of your action is a political right, exercising it. So your political right is to be exercised on 3rd of March. Please exercise it during the time of voting day. We can see the result, whosoever becomes the Academic Affairs Secretary.
Also, all the before we wrap, I hope we can put out a combined statement that the unfortunate incidents that happened during the offline soapbox, that's absolutely not, that should be allowed in the institute. We condemn it together as candidates. And any forms of physical violence, cyberbullying, or intrusion of privacy, whether it be offline or online space of a student, should not be supported, and it is not conducive to the ecosystem we have.
Yeah, and actually, I'm very grateful to the SEC that they are actually taking this matter in a very serious way, and they are actually and they're actually talking to all of the students who were stakeholders in that incident. So through that, we can actually get a clear picture of whatever happened. And I and Mevit both condemned whatever happened in that case, and that was reflected through our official Instagram accounts as well. We don't promote such things happening in the Soapbox. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sushant.
Thanks. Bye.
sign in when you
Yeah, you're on.
Good evening, all. I'm Alpha, an SEC commissioner, conducting the soapbox for co-curricular affairs secretary. Here we have S. Nitin, our candidate. You can start presenting your presentation.
Hi everyone, my name is Nitin. I'm standing for the post of co-curricular affairs secretary. I'm an undergraduate student in mechanical engineering and computational engineering. So first we'll go with what all comes under co-curricular sphere. Basically, there are 5 teams which comes under co-curricular sphere. In the order, it's TechSoc, followed by Shastra and C5, and after it's followed by ESL and Irman. So before going through my specific points for each of the team, we'll go through my vision. So my vision is boost, build, and thrive. In Boost, basically, we'll be empowering individuals to believe in themselves so that they'll be able to set a dream for themselves so that they can pursue it throughout their next tenure or upcoming years. Coming to Build, we'll be fostering a culture where all the students will be able to get necessary equipment as well as a resource for them to make this dream into a reality. And finally, coming to Thrive. So this is basically where all the teams under co-curricular sphere work as a single goal of making the co-curricular sphere better and thriving to actually make more difference by having social impacts to the society. And basically, it's giving back in an even faster pace. And now starting a step for everyone is actually TechSoc. So going with TechSoc. So these are my generic points. In going in detail. So basically coming for accountability excellence, I'll be reviving hostel audits under inter-hostel competitions vertical. And also there will be supervising meet where we'll be having a monthly meet with all the technical affairs secretary with the IIT vertical, the TechSoc head, as well as the COCAS. So this will be making sure there is a proper vibrant happening in the each hostel where all the equipments, the tech room and everything is ready so that people can use it for other purposes, as well as there will be proper accountability of the task as well. And coming to the second point is Inter-Hostel Grand Championship. So this is basically a new award where we'll be adding the points of LitSoc as well as TechSoc to finally give out a Inter-Hostel Grand Championship award. So this basically is done to ensure that there is equal participation between boys and girls in both the space altogether. Plus 3 secretaries will be working for all the competitions, which will be more motivating for the students to participate as well. And coming to the third point of inclusivity and diversity, we'll be organizing some events specific for women, where the problem statement will be based on the issues or will be focused more on women, so that there will be more participation from their side, as well as there will be more interaction sessions, such that we'll be having the women in the co-curricular sphere to be having some fireside chat with all the juniors so as to improve the motivation. Now following it with Shastra. So these are my main points for Shastra, going deep into them. Basically, one of my major vision points is to launch Grassroots. So Grassroots basically an initiative where we'll be training rural area kids with workshops as well as ending them with events. So this will be like a one-day event, which will be happening around the month of September, where we'll be accommodating around 200 to 400 students in the institute by connecting them. This is a collaboration with IIT, so as to make sure like we give something back to the society of what we are actually learning from the college. My next point is actually to combine Shastra Juniors and Shastra. In this case, this will be happening in January as a 5-day event rather than a 4-day event of Shastra. This also will be helping in actually increasing the visibility of Shastra Juniors in the name of Shastra, as well as it will also be reducing the work overlap between in the team members. And coming to the third point is Shastra Unveil. So basically, this is a mobile peer event where we'll be going through all the public places through a mobile van or bus, which will be having all the projects of what are done through the institute, as well as all other PR stunts and everything, so that there'll be more boost in the Chennai publicity as well. And coming to the fourth point is restructuring team structure. So this basically will be to make sure there is more effective working of all the team members by changing the team structure. So one is to shift the hospitality department to publicity team, so that there'll be more coordination between the publicity team members, because they are the ones who are being the team members. And coming back to other streamlining the DevOps team structure by making it a two-tier team, as well as increasing the ONIP team structure, because they also need more manpower to handle 4 to 5 days of Shastras. Now following it up with C5. These are my main points and going deep into them. So the first point is nurture talent. So this is basically a training program. This is more targeted on the freshies as a whole. So this considering the fact that the next year batch will be coming in the August month. So we'll be having multiple orientation for them depending on each of the club throughout the semester. And post NSEMs, we'll be having a small selection where we'll be getting some trainings for the team. These people will be trained for 3 to 4 months until the part of open house where they'll be learning the basics of all the clubs. So these people will be exclusive. All the sessions will be open, but there'll be exclusive training for the students. And depending on their effort they have put in the months, so these students will be directly selected as the coordinators of the team based on a small test at the end as well. So this will be coming through as a two-way selection process where this will be helping people, helping CFA in getting better teams team as well. And coming to the second point will be actually creating a industry and corporate relations team as well as creating a calendar. The corporate relations team is basically a team which will be pitching about all the projects, what you're doing as part of CFA to the outside world. So the levels, what we might be getting out of it can be monetary deals, kind deals, and mostly also to the points where we are able to get IDPs from outside so that we will be able to work as well. And the one more part is actually to get some industry visits for students from the club to actually go out. So coming to the third point is my finance synergy, where we will be having a joint co-curricular finance team for CFA and Shastra together. So this as a whole, because when once we are having a sponsorship team in CFA as well, this so all the process which is happening in CFA as in Shastra will be way too similar. So having two people do the same work in a differentiated version will actually delay the whole process. In this case, there will be more synergy as well, and there will be more collaboration possible between CFA and Shastra as well. This will be helping in saving the time. And coming to industrial visits, so basically we'll be trying to have some deals with other companies so that we can go for industrial visits and lab visits in Chennai or outside Chennai as well. So depending on the deal we get out, this could be actually extended to institute students as well, where students can also apply for this, and depending on a selection process, they also will be able to check it out. Now going to the next phase of ESL, these are my points. The first point is like a specific CFI track for specific CFI track in IdeaStorm. So basically to make sure that students who have the prototypes ready, but they just need to learn about the scaling platform or what to do, how to monetize the thing or how to market the whole thing. We'll be going through the specific track through IdeaStorm so that they'll be able to learn the process more quicker than Second point is coming to startup a startup guidebook. So there are a lot of guidebooks available outside, but the main initiative of here is to make sure a guidebook which has all the information of the events which you conduct through Institute. So as ESL is the one, we are conducting a lot of yearly events for entrepreneurship based events. So we'll be starting with them, where all the events of them will be put in a particular order and in a different tracks that what students can do next, or what if they're interested based on this, what can they do. And after the first episode, we'll be trying to cover it with the whole co-curricular sphere as well as other institute bodies. So as to we'll have a separate guidebook based on institute events. And third thing is actually to have a E21 workshop during Shastra Juniors. So Shastra Juniors is an event which is focused solely on school students. So having a E21 workshop during Shastra Juniors will actually motivate students to also try entrepreneurship as well. And exploring synergy with TechSoc is basically there are having events in events in TechSoc as well as ESL. So there will be proper collaboration after setting a proper boundary between the events which both are having, so that we can have more synergies by having more publicity through Insta as well as having more offline sessions. And finally ending as a startup in Nirman. So basically these are my points. So my first point is to actually host a successful startup recognition award. So basically the award will be all the startups of Nirman will be graded on basis of there are a lot of parameters we're looking for. One of the parameters is like how much they have grown in the semester of when they have joined. And second thing will be the milestone program of how much they have participated, as well as there will be other factors like pitching and all those things, depending on the position they are at the startup set at this point. So depending on all these things, there will be startup award given for. So they will be also given extra deliverables based on the top positions they are coming. So that I will cover at the end of the Nirman points. So second point is to have a web ops team. So right now we are outsourcing the web operations work to we are outsourcing it. So other than that, as the website is done right now, you won't be needing a proper outsourcing this time. So basically establishing a team, so just update the website regularly is more than enough. And depending on how the team actually works, we can also just help other startups in making their own website, so that this will help them in doing the graduation as well in a smoother case by getting more funds. And third point is collaboration with 180 degrees consulting. So this will actually help them in providing startup advisory services, so that they also will be able to see the points. So they'll be able to upgrade in a more faster pace than what they're doing right now. And finally, is having a demo day in collaboration with ESL. So basically, all the startups which comes under Nirman, as well as the startups which are the winners of competitions in ESL, as well as their year-long achievements, will be portrayed in institute post e-summit, where students will be able to know about what all is happening in Nirman and ESL, as well as this can be made as a bigger event where Nirman can also have do more promotion for all the startups as well. And the point which I was trying to say for startups is like there'll be order based on the point system, and depending on the requirements, the WebOps work as well as the 180-degree consulting work will be given as a extra deliverable for them to work more as well. And finally, coming to my credentials. So I was a Shastra core last year. I was in a team of Shastra events and workshops from my first year till last year. So I had total experience in handling a team from the basic as well as to the managing part. And I'm also the technical affairs secretary of Ganga current year, as well as I was in the student relation team of MEA. So I've been working as the promotion team of MEA for the past 3 years from first year to third year. So this ends my manifesto. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Nitin. Since Nitin is a unanimous candidate, we can directly move forward to executive council questioning. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. Yeah, you can ask your question.
Yeah. Hi, am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Okay, good. So Nitin, my first question to you is something overall about the co-curricular sphere. This is not related to your manifesto. In your opinion, what does the co-curricular sphere of the institute strive to achieve? And also try to highlight here which manifesto points or initiatives of yours are aligning with which of your vision points.
Sure. So basically, the major thing is actually can be split into three. So where we'll be initially like trying to motivate people. So again, my vision actually comprises of what I want to do for the co-curricular sphere as well and what we are actually doing. So basically, the whole co-curricular sphere is around the fact that it's comprised of technical aspects, management aspects, as well as entrepreneurial aspects. So as a combining all three, we are splitting into different versions where we are in the learning phase, and there's a ideation and execution phase, and finally is to actually make it up in a big way where we are able to go outside and teach people or bring social impact outside or something. This is the whole point. So from my side, what I'm trying to bring is like the points which I have put in the text of basically the points where we are trying to having hostel audits or having grants which is to basically increase the motivation for people to actually start trying out all the technical stuff aspects as in all other events which is happening in industry. So that's the first thing. And coming to C5, the first point of having a training program which is focused on actually bringing the motivation, actually giving them the teaching part, and coming to the point of having a knowledge, coming to the point of having industrial visits, this is focused more on actually the the part where once they are trained in the basics part, they get to know about what should be the ideation, what they should learn so that they can also implement it or bring social impact outside. And coming to Shastra, and fine. Okay. I'll come to Nirman. So in Nirman, so having the 180-degree consulting as well as the website. So this is basically in the ending phase where we are able to explore all the final things which should be done so that we also will be able to graduate as a startup and go outside. And coming to ESL, the points is to actually have more connection between CFA and ESL, so and Nirman. So basically, we'll be trying to have the technical knowledge convert to entrepreneurship and actually grow in a more scale as well. So this actually combines the both phase of execution as well as the growing phase as well. And all other gen points which are not mentioned right now, or will be covering the points of actually strengthening the bond inside the team as well as other teams, so that to access all the three in a uniform manner.
Right. That sounds good, but some people would have noticed that there are two different versions of your vision. Would you like to say something about that? Your manifesto has one set of visions and your video manifesto has a modified version. Why is that so?
So basically, from the start, when I was planning for putting for caucus, my vision was already same. So it was split into three. But thing is like my points were all focused on the point, but the way I expressed at the end was a bit different. So the points still remain a bit same. Basically the order and the wordings were actually changed. So if you can see in the manifesto, the point of like having a every new invention has a dream at its core. So this point I actually focus on the part where we are actually trying to boost the normal culture. So basically having the fact that like reaching the potential so that we are able to do is the first point. And second point is there's always more to discover. This could be a continuation point for the second point, which I mentioned as build. So it's not about just giving the requirements. The resource also is coming the fact that what we're realizing. And the third point, which I have not mentioned properly here, and that was something which I didn't actually put more effort into, which I would actually want to accept here. So one thing is like here I put like technology drives change, and basically here I'm trying to fix on the point where we are actually trying to create real impact and solve social economic problems. So this point is where I'm trying to actually for all the association to thrive, so they are able to bring out their inventions or their startups or any other field what we're actually working on right now to the next level where we are able to help people also. So the framing actually was not a bit proper in my vision, my manifesto. So I changed a bit and changed the order so that there will be a proper it's delivered properly to audience as well. So that's the reason why it's different in my presentation and posters, everything compared to my vision and manifesto.
Okay, so you do understand that you need to give equal priority to your technical teams and your entrepreneurship teams to be able to be credible enough and make them believe that you'll represent them, right? So I think the first version of your manifesto does not mention entrepreneurship, and that is a major red flag for any entrepreneurship team. So I hope you're aware of that. Okay, moving on to questions. First question is regarding your TechSoc initiative about separate events for women, right? So one thing is fixing things at the root level and trying to enhance representation in existing events. Don't you think creating separate events for women defies a very basic principle of enhancing representation in the existing events rather than separating women out and doing separate events for them? People might call you sexist for doing that.
So the point which I was actually focusing on, like right now we are having all the events which are connected as part of TechSoc is actually open to all. The point which I'm trying to hear is like not change all the set of events. So it's more like we'll be having 1 or 2 to 3 events for the whole year where we'll be focusing more on the problems which is centered more on women problems. So that was the whole idea which was coming. So basically the fact is like to increase the participation as a whole. So we can try to have more women participation, but as a whole, directly trying to involve people by changing the problem statement or something won't be actually working. So the first part is actually to motivate people to participate. So when the current year batch is actually participating in any events are set, once the streamline is set, the students will be passing on the knowledge to the next year so that in the upcoming years, we won't be needing any platform like this for people to be motivated to participate. As you're coming into a new year here, we need to set the base from start again. And that is what something we are looking at. So this will be something which is as a short-term idea, which will be removed once we get the proper motivation, which is passed on to all the juniors.
Do you have any example kind of women problems which you will be trying to solve using this?
Okay, so there are 2 ideas which I was thinking. So one of the ideas basically like post-12 when are entering hostels, they need to do the register check-in always. So there, but things like it then doesn't get followed as well. So one of the ideas is to make sure the automatic a pronunciation where automatically will be recorded on who is coming or not. So this will be a basic problem because this is something which all the secretaries and as well as the guards were also asking, and Gen students were also exploiting the purpose of actually having a single fingerprint and everyone able to get it. That's one of the similar ideas. And one of the other ideas which is coming was regarding the incinerator we are using in hostel. So basically, it's basically a common place where everyone has a different type of need which they want when they are disposing. So this will actually focus on all the problems where students will be able to understand what is the need of all the students in their hostel, and they'll be able to come up with a design which facilitate all the issues. So these are the 2 example ideas which I was thinking in my mind.
Okay. About the register one, I'm not very sure because you ask anybody, the system itself is not being very nicely accepted, right? Girls don't want to make an entry. So just building upon that, I don't think will be well accepted. Rather, I mean, if you're to solve safety, it should be solved at a more root level. I'll not ask any follow-up on that. Just wanted to make a comment there. Next, I want to ask about the CFI joint finance team, which you have mentioned. Have you
Yes.
taken feasibility regarding this?
So basically, I was not able to take feasibility of this from CFA directly, but I took feasibilities from Shastra Finance course as well as course of CFA Finance course as well. So that's when I actually put up the point. But
So, in your opinion, is it really necessary? Because this was tried out in the past, it didn't work out, and it was scrapped. And basically, both the teams function very differently. Their finances function very differently. One is from Gymkhana, one is from sponsorships and revenues. So, what purpose is actually the merging of finance teams going to serve?
Okay. So one thing which I want to say is like well, there's one more point which I put in my manifesto, which says that there will be a industry and corporate relations team which will be installed as well. So in that case, they also will be getting sponsorship. That will be the whole process. How that actually is done will be similar to what the working of what happens in Shastra as well as CFA. So that is one of the common things. So basically, the idea was things that people will be working. So the work which will be very similar and the stakeholders and everyone is similar, but the process being repeated again and again. This might actually slow the entire process of everyone. So this will make sure the information actually passed on through a single route and everything is done on time is the one of the major points. And second thing is this will also facilitate more interaction between Shastra and CFA. So there is one thing where for events and workshops of Shastra, we are buying some equipments which are not generally used and which can be reused after a point as well. So these things can be directly in transition can be sold to Shastra, CFA as well. In this case, having a common team also will help. And third point is actually having a we are actually envisaged team as part of both Shastra and CFA. This also will be streamlining the whole process as a whole. And finally, ending up with the point is like the work done by the managers as well as the coordinators in Shastra team is a very big difference. So one of the points is actually to have the coordinators experience the whole field. So they also will be having a good learning curve as well. So as a whole, the whole point is to make sure there's a more collaboration between Shastra and CFA as well as more knowledge transfer between the team as well.
So see, if you want more knowledge transfer or more collaboration between two teams, right? You can pick any two teams in the co-curriculars here and say that they need to have a joint finance team. Why only Shastra and CFI? Why not TechSoc and CFI? Both of them are Gymkhana funds, right? Why was TechSoc started out as part of CFI and then made into a separate team? It could have just stayed as part of CFI, right? Why do we, like, there's a reason why we have two separate teams. So I would urge that you take feasibility regarding this. I personally don't find the point feasible, and I'm sure many CFI heads from past also wouldn't agree with this. So I'm not sure if you'll be able to execute this point. So yeah, do check about this point later on. Yeah. Second is the first year's initiative which you've written for Center for Innovation, the training program. In your opinion, what is the incentive for clubs to do this? Like, it's an investment of time and energy and everything, right? Also, what will you call the post? First of all, when first years are onboarded, what will you call it? Is it like a formal team position or is it like a trainee? What is it? And second is, what is the incentive for clubs to actually invest their time in giving these skills?
So basically, they'll be called as trainees only. So as a part, initially when they're actually going through the training process, so this will be happening from December till open house. So ideally maybe till February or March, depending on when the next open house, next year open house happens. So so ideally the plus point what they're getting out of is like this one thing with CFA is actually facing is not shown much interest when the ending part is approached. So basically, people are actually applying it as a POR. Once they're able to get it as a acknowledgement for their resume or something else, they are not putting much effort as what actually is the general talk going on between all the clubs. So the idea here is basically like the students actually who are coming as a trainees, they don't have much incentive to actually stay on board. So generally people will be staying for 2-3 weeks or maybe a month for the sake of just learning, oh yes, I want to get this PR or something. But having a training period of like 2-3 months is not something they'll be going through the whole process. So this intake will be, we are having a process of two-way selection, meaning one will be happening around the end of open house, and second selection of coordinators or PMs will happen after the selection of the new CFA. So in this case, the students who are selected in the first round will be all the people who are generally interested in the tech, and they have also learned about all these things. Then one more plus point here will be that they also will be learning about all the projects which have been done that year. So there will be a smooth knowledge transfer because the documentation also will be done properly. And these all projects, if having any potential to be continued in the next year, will also be continued the upcoming year. So one issue which might happen is like the current coordinator or PM, if he doesn't become the project member, so if he doesn't become the start or head of the next year, there is a small chance that the potential project which comes under other project members might not be continued. So this doesn't allow the fact, and all the potential projects will be continued next year. So there will be more improvement in the whole process, what the idea is.
Okay. Okay. Next, I would like to ask you about your Nirman Startup Recognition Award. So, firstly, what is the award? And yeah. Firstly, what is the award? You've not specified that in your feasibility report or anywhere.
Okay, so the part of like what all will be given as when the winner is actually still being I haven't completely. The initial thing what I was looking for is basically we'll be grading them on certain factors, and finally we'll be selecting the top startup as well as the upcoming runner-up and everyone as well. So the top performer will actually be getting an extra shield, and the part where I'm looking as an extra thing, why they should be what should be given extra with this, all the deliveries which I'm planning to give. So thing is about the point of having web operations team in Nirman as well as collaboration to 180-degree consulting. The thing is like even though we are having a separate team or we are doing collaboration, we won't be able to handle more than 3 to 4 startups per semester. So our idea is to basically choose the top performers who are in need of the current website requirements or maybe the marketing or advisory help. They'll be the ones in this order will be the ones who will be selected for the particular semester, and they'll be getting all these particular benefits. But on that, I'm still ideating on what should be given, but it's not getting done.
Okay. So based on what you're saying right now, only teams who require the help of 180DC or WebOps, only those teams will be able to participate in this award ka race. Other people are out of the race of even getting the award.
So this was the idea. The final idea was to actually split into two. So there are like basically the startups which are entered the maybe a semester or 2 semesters before. So these people will be actually in the growing phase. So the plan is to actually split into two, but I haven't got exact deliverables of what each one will be getting. So actually I have kept as a single award, but there'll be a split between that. There'll be the startups who are actually been working for more than 2 semesters will be getting, because the pattern how we will be grading them also will be a bit different in both the cases. The deliverables what they want also will be different. So need to ideate more on it, but yes, right now it's not a complete idea is what I'm.
Okay, so you mentioned that you've talked to a lot of people in Nirman regarding this. They are all apt people to take feasibility from, but still I want to understand what is it that you talked with them. Like this sounds very vague right now. And you don't have clarity over where you're going to give this award, when you're going to give this award, what is the award. All that I'm able to see is that there will be an award.
So there is like some controversy at this point. So the thing is like when I was taking feasibility for this point, I was just checking about the feasibility, if it's possible to be award or not, is what I was looking at. So exact thing was like proper functioning and all, I was not able to get proper feasibility. So in that case, because of that only, there's like a bit issue in the feasibility report as well as the point. So need to have a proper, more in-depth discussion after everything is done, so that we'll be able to sort out like what are the judging criteria based on what we'll be able to give, as well as what all will be they will be getting as incentive.
Okay, is there any specific reason why you haven't taken complete feasibility regarding this?
So I talked to the program manager as well as Nirman head, but I was not able to get complete feasibility because of the point was not actually fully ready. And at the end, like the basic idea of actually giving award to motivate people was the main intention of I was going. So I actually put up the point in my manifesto.
Okay. You do understand that irrespective of whether a position has competition or not, you need to have proper checks behind every point so that you can get things done during your tenure, right? I think that is lacking in some of the points like the C5 finance point and this award point. So yeah, I hope within the next couple of days at least you talk to the required people. Next is in Nirman, you've written ESL collaboration with Nirman for demo day, right? What is ESL's role going to be? What is ESL's role in this? What all are they going to do? It's not mentioned in the report as well.
So the basic idea is actually having a collaboration Nirman as well as ESL, where they'll be able to showcase their achievements of both the teams and show it to the institute audience. Is what the whole idea of it. So from ESL side, they'll be actually able to pitch about the startups which actually won their awards. There are some startups which are not part of Nirman, but existing were done by institute students. They are also participating in the competitions of what ESL is conducting. So these startups will be able to get a chance as well to showcase themselves, as well as all the ESL activities which is done outside but not during ESL. So this is the part where ESL does a lot of stuffs outside institute, like entrepreneurship development drive and all the meets they're having outside for all the startups in particular area. So these all promotion can be done on showcasing what ESL has done through the year as
well. Right. So what will be the work division like for this event? Like who will be handling the overall logistics, its budgeting and venues, everything, and who will be delegating work? What are the dynamics?
So basically, it will be like a proper collaboration both Nirman and ESL. It will be like, no, it won't be like a separate event, like it's a Nirman event where ESL is being part of it, or ESL's event where Nirman is being part of it. There will be like a equal split between both. And the part of ideation, what work will be done by both teams is basically there'll be two parts to the whole event. So one is about having the showcase of all their startups as well as their achievements. But second part also will be conduction of events so that general audience also will be able to participate and more enthused about what they should be pursuing next after it's. So it also can be ideated as a mini orientation session for entrepreneurship as a whole as well. So in this case, the events ideation part will be majorly done by ESL. And depending on what Nirman has to add, like is there any different idea they want to pursue or something, there'll be collaboration with them in the ideation phase of the events. But events part will be majorly focused on ESL, and the showcasing part of all the startups and everything will be taken over more by Nirman is what the whole idea is. And by the budgeting part of like each one will be having a different split of what they'll be needing. So as a whole, the ESL heads as well as the Nirman head will sit together and finalize the whole budget.
So okay, the budgeting for ESL and Nirman works very differently, right? ESL budget comes from Gymkhana. Nirman has its own separate budget which is not related to Stacked or Gymkhana. So when you make this budget, who will be bearing the costs?
Okay, so because of this reason, because they have the different process, the budget part which is spent by each team will be done separately. So at start itself,
but there are some common expenses, right? Like you have the overall event management expenses, which are not specific to ESL or Nirman. What about that?
So this will be done after having a discussion. So basically in this part where I mentioned also, I didn't mention about the date of when it is going to happen or exact details of what's going to happen, because as a whole, both the teams will come together to discuss about all the specifics of each one, what they're doing and they'll be doing. But as a gen part of the showcase part, it will be exactly split on what each team is doing. In the collaboration part of the events alone, there'll be a bit of a discussion, but because the student events are done with Insti, it will be able to, ESL also will be able to handle it. But still, should be a proper discussion between both Nirman and ESL before deciding the specifics of each of these.
I hope you can lay out a bit for the teams to even understand what you are expecting of them, right? Right now, before you go to them, you need to have some tentative date in mind, some tentative work split in mind, because in the end, you don't want it to be skewed towards one team or something like that. So think about these things later, actually. I mean, this goes with all the questions, whatever we are discussing over here. Maybe look at the video later and just cover all the gaps.
Sure.
Yeah, I have a couple more questions. One is your your Shastra on Wheels point. Firstly, when will it happen? I mean, there are very little details about this in your feasibility report. I want to know when will it happen? What is the exact work division? who will be doing what, and also basically which department will be taking it up in Shastra, and do you have a budget in mind for this budget plan?
So the basic idea is it will be happening the weekend before Shastra. So Shastra is happening from Wednesday to Sunday or Thursday to Sunday, depending on what you're planning for next day Shastra. The PR stunt will be happening in the Saturday, Sunday before it. So few days before Shastra is what I am looking at. So because of the budget constraints only, the initial idea was actually to do for 2 weeks so that the people will be able to do. But because of budget constraints, I am trying to focus it on 2 days before Shastra on Saturday and Sunday. So the basic idea is we'll be going to all the public places of beaches, malls, and all the places where we will be able to try to gain Gen Chennai audience as well as to promote our Chennai publicity. So the teams which will be working mostly on this will be the ones who will be taking care of it will be publicity team. And this will be taken over by the CBT vertical. So CBT will be happening for last 2 to 3 weeks before Shastra, and we'll be trying to focusing at the end part where we'll be going to reach the pinnacle of promotion where we'll be doing the Shastra and we'll see what is what the idea is. And for this team, the helping will be done by majorly it will be done by Envisage, where they'll be providing the projects what they are having, so that there will be also proper showcase, and also with the help of OneIP will be getting all the requirements, the bus and all the things will be handled by OneIP. And finally, depending on extra things, we'll be able to have some relation with a sponsor and PR team where they'll be able to do some PR stunts or something so that we will be able to cover more audiences the whole. And coming to the budget, so basically the budget we're looking at was approximately coming to be a lakh. So the split, I don't have it written right now, but it was coming around 1 to 1.3 lakhs for the 2 days of the whole.
1 to 1.3 for 2 days. And how many days are you planning to do it for?
2 days, Saturday and Sunday. And depending on the budget we get at the time, we can decide if we're going to extend it or not. But right now, the plan is to have for 2 days.
Okay, so initially you said something along the lines of due to budget constraints, you limit it to X number of days. So you, being a core, events and workshops core, you also know how the budgeting works, right? You have certain amount. This year we had certain amount which was comparable to 2020. So we did some proportionate split and every team got some amount. And the only new thing this year was Shastra Streets, for which we had a separate allotment. So in the end, it will be on you how much you are willing to spend on this. So say you have certain budget, will your publicity team be willing to sacrifice 1.3 lakh of their budget for this? Or like whichever department you put it under, you need to be clear with whether your team actually wants to take it up, or are you like held upon that, okay, I am going to do it for 2 days and I'm going to spend 1.3 lakh, that is just kept aside?
So that is a basic idea of actually having 2 days. So the thing is like this whole promotion will actually get more audience from Chennai is the whole point. So as a whole, in Shastra, one of the things which you're looking at also is to increase the footfall. This is actually a plus point, which will be helping all other teams as a whole as well. So in that case, it's fine. But the main idea, what I'm trying to think is like having a separate budget for this under CBT. So there will be extra budget what is happening from what's happening this year, but it will be happening for 2 days. The part where I'm saying like we can do for more if the budget permits is because the fact that this is happening in the Saturday, Sunday just before Shastra. So by the time we'll be knowing what exactly is our expenditure and what is happening. So depending on the buffer we have, we can extend it to the next few days if it's possible. So rather than having just on Saturday, Sunday, we'll be having from Saturday, Sunday and Monday, Tuesday if possible is the whole idea. But as well, the minimum plan is having on Saturday, Sunday just before Shastra.
So, okay. And another thing is, you said beaches, malls, etc. Do you know what are the permissions required for all of this?
So basically, we need to actually get a permission from Commissioner, Chennai City Commissioner, to actually to be able to showcase all these things in places. And depending on our
Police
schedule,
Commissioner. Police Commissioner.
And then we need to actually provide this permission should be all started way before. It can't be happening like maybe 2-3 weeks before. It should be like, so the plan is to have this whole process started 3 months before the whole execution, so that we will be able to set out all the spots we're exactly going to go and what is the timeline of all these things, so that they also be then we can get proper permission of what we can do. So this is the minimum we need, and as well as the vehicle we are using, that also should be having necessary permit for it to actually be driven in city public.
So vehicle also you can't like, where all can you take the vehicle? You can't, you said malls means you can just take it outside the mall. Beaches also you can take it just until a point. So do you have in mind like which places you'll be using?
Okay, so
Do you
certain
have
nights
clarity on
I
that?
was thinking was so basically you can look like Tiruvannur Beach where there's a food okay, not food court basically okay, food court or something like basically which is there in the nearby near the beach as well. So this is the point we'll be looking at because we won't be able to go inside the beach for us to do promotion. So we'll be looking at the part where we'll be connecting to the beach so that people who are entering the beach or near the beach for some occasion will be able to see. So you'll be targeting on places where all the food chains are there so that people will be more interested to actually look it up what's happening during the time. So this is the plan. So if you're actually going for a post evening time or maybe post 4-5, this is the type of places we'll be looking at. And during the morning slots, you'll be trying to connect more on Gen malls or colleges if possible, but generally not colleges. So basically, we'll be trying to hit on food stands as well as malls.
So you're assuring me that work on this will start 3 months prior and publicity team will be taking this up.
Yes.
Have you checked with publicity team
So
that
this,
they'll be taking this up?
So I talked with them regarding this point before I submitted my manifesto, and they were actually up for the part because as a whole, that also is like boosting their Chennai publicity. So this.
So as history says, there are a lot of things which get planned but then don't get executed. So it will be great if you can actually make sure this starts 3 months prior, and it'll be a really great thing if this comes to life and it'll bring good crowd to Shastra. I think I'll ask one last question before we move on to other team members. The startup guidebook you've mentioned in ESL. So if you're aware, I'm not sure, this year we did talk like within the co-curricular sphere, we had talks about making a guidebook about the co-curricular sphere and putting everything about all the teams and giving it to freshers where it'll be like a one-stop solution which they can refer to and find anything about any team, how to join any team, etc. And why we ended up not doing it is because again in another discussion among the executive council, we thought spoon feeding fund days is not a good idea and it'll kind of lead to a culture die down. So don't you think if you actually provide everything in written to Janta, they'll stop asking fun days to their seniors altogether, and that whole insti culture that is there where people sit and interact and then get to know about teams, don't you think that will die down if you give them everything in written?
So basically, the point you're saying actually is valid. So the point where we'll be like in the guidebook, what we are mentioning, like the first thing is like it'll be more focused on actually how to enter into entrepreneurship and learn to actually create a startup is what the whole idea is going to be. And here also we won't be focusing on what exactly should be done like in a step-by-step manner or something. So because the one issue is like people are actually getting interest in different months of the year or something, so that depending on that they are not able to share what they should be pursuing. So this will actually have a guidebook of all the events which actually is majorly done by ESL and Gen events of institute, only focused on this, where they should be going next if they want to pursue this thing. That's it. And under that, we'll be providing the details of the team members who will be conducting that so that they can get more details what we're looking at. So it's more of a platform where if they want to know like next stop, what they should learn or where they can know the basics or something, this is the part they will start out. So once they're starting out, they again need to follow the institute culture of actually getting funds from seniors to get the approach. This is more of giving them a start of what they should be doing once they feel they have an interest or once they feel they have an idea or something.
So, okay, if you put all the events, then how will you start integrating co-curriculars to your events in general? Will ESL still keep making the book that you're talking about?
So basically the plan here was like the first draft will be created by ESL heads. Was what the whole plan is, where they'll be integrating all the ESL generic events which happens every year for institute students. Once that is done, we'll be adding few of the co-curricular. It won't be like a collaboration of all the co-curricular events under it. Then it will become again a co-curricular guidebook. So the plan is actually to have an entrepreneurship guidebook is what we are looking at. Startup guidebook is what we're looking at. So in that case, only the events which actually supports these events which is put by ESL will be added there. So whichever doesn't actually increase the face value or any direct promotion won't be ideally added. That is the.
Okay. And also, most events that happen, at least lot of events that happen during the year are dynamic, right? They are ideated upon as and when team gets selected, or during the year also they keep ideating. So when are you planning to publish this book, and like will you have like the entire year's events ready in that, or will you like dynamically keep changing it? How does that work?
So it won't be like so it'll be like a common thing. So basically, even if you look at the events, what we're actually handling, it won't be like events that basically like all the year, every year we are changing the events which we're actually doing. But the core concept of whom we are doing it for and what is the purpose of the event actually remains same. So because only the events which are conducted under ES also is divided under different baskets as well as different verticals. So the idea or the vision of the event, what they're trying to pitch to the audience is pretty much same. So basically, we'll be able to give not maybe the event which is actually having, or we can have the events which has happened in the previous years. Maybe it could have repeated or not, but we'll be trying to focus more on the vertical or the hits who will be actually doing. So it could be a basic dynamic guidebook, but mostly we'll be focusing on the major factors that which basket events is gonna happen when, or like basic ideas so that students can try it.
So you'll mention baskets in the book, but when the events are publicized, how will students map the basket to the event? Like the book has easels for baskets, suppose. But students wouldn't know which event is what, right? They are still in the dark because there are new events coming every year. Like, can you give me an overview of, say, the first two events that you'll be putting in the book? Like, give me example 2 pages of the book, maybe.
Okay. Not just getting the names of the events at this point right now. So the thing is like basically the initial part where we'll be starting is the track where like there's someone who doesn't know entrepreneurship at all, but they're like they want to check it out about the thing. This will start with the orientation session if you're actually looking at the odd semester of the middle part, or like other events which will be happening throughout the year, which is actually focused on the basket on students. So they have a bit of a similar timeline because like when each one is happening, because different teams take up the portion of different baskets actually. So even though they're changing the ideas of the events, they might the order of the events will the timeline of the events won't be generally that much a bit different. So we'll be trying to promote as a case like with the event which is done for basketball by this vertical will be something which will be happening at this time, or which you can try out this part of the year or something.
So say Inspirit happens throughout the year. So what will you write about Inspirit over there? There are different kinds of lectures, right?
So there are some events which is like focused on particular basket of students which will be part of this. There are other events which actually focus on all, or which actually happens throughout the year. This will be having a separate part at the end where or at the start where we'll be having so that people can try out anytime. So there'll be like a two-way thing. One is like which we can't put in the scheduling aspect.
So if all you want to do is convey baskets to Janta, isn't that a one email thing where you just write these are the baskets which ESL has and these are the regular events which happen under each basket? Look out for emails. So they'll wait for, say, basket one has certain events, they'll wait for those events. Isn't it just a one mail? Isn't it just one email away? Do you need a book for that?
Like once we actually are able to establish a basic book on what's happening, we'll be able to have it dynamically prepared as what the whole part of like. As a whole, at the start where we are trying to pitch just about the what each basket is and what events might happen, the case of the mail actually makes sense. But the book part is actually to make sure that we are able to promote more. So basically it'll be like this book, if I check, I'll be able to know what exactly should happen, or we can also check out the previous events, what happened, so that this is the line which I need to try it out or something. So it actually gives a more of like, maybe it could also say about, say that it also gives us the way where we need to interact directly with people, which to whom we should cover something. So basically if someone is actually interested, they also don't know whom to approach. Even though we have a culture of like, we need to approach seniors, like students don't know whom we should technically. So this will actually help us in finding the exact seniors who are actually able executing the events as well.
I'm sorry, I didn't get how it will help find exact seniors who are executing events, because you're mentioning contacts. That is what you're saying.
So basically, we'll be mentioning the course of the current teams, which will be handling each basket as well. So as we also saying that these events will be happening, which they need to try out if at this point of time they are interested. But this also will be helping them in getting to know about the senior who's actually in the executing team of that particular basket. So in this case, they'll be able to contact them and get to know about more relevant details as well.
Again, all these things look to me like it can be done in like 2 or 3 pages max. You can just have a 4-pager thing, maybe one about every basket, and mention the relevant contacts, and maybe have a Google form over there which says which kind of events they're interested in and their queries, etc. All that can be done in one query form, or just like a one place thing. So, I mean, just think whether it's worth it an investment. ESL is already working on e-insider. This will be another book to make. I also had a manifesto point about constitution for e-connect. So there's like 2-3 books they have to just sit and work on. So maybe we have to, well, the idea is good. What you're trying to convey to Janta is good, but whether or not we need a book for it is something that can be discussed about. Okay, yeah. Should we like open the floor for others to ask questions?
Yeah, sure, Vaibhavi. Now we are open to questions from audience. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. Okay, Amina, you can ask. Okay. Vinayak, you can ask the question now. Okay, are you there, Vinayak? We can take the next question from Chattopadhyay. Please ask your question now.
Hello. Actually, I was unable to unmute myself.
Okay, you are audible now. You can go ahead.
Okay, awesome. Awesome. Okay, so here's my question. So this is basically a follow-up to one of the previous questions that was asked by Beverby regarding the finance merger between CFI and Star.
Okay. Looks like we have lost them. He's there. Please don't unmute yourself again, yeah? Okay. Are you there?
Hello.
Yeah, you are audible. Please go ahead with the question.
Yes, sure. So basically, now you considered merging the CFI and the Shastra finances, but you did not. But you're also starting a new, essentially corporate and social relations team, or whatever the name might be, under the Center for Innovation. Now, as I understand it, the roles and requirements of this new team are essentially similar to the kind of work that has been done by the Shastra sponsorship team, right? So it would also make sense to kind of, since you have an existing team in the Shastra, and there is already another existing finance team in CFI, to instead of creating a new team in CFI, you leverage what's already good in Shastra and put it here, rather than create a new team in CFI and then also remove one of the teams from CFI. Why is this been taken up, right? So I would also say that, like Beverby said, there was no clear feasibility asked about this to me or to any, as far as I understand, to my finance managers either. So what, do you think would be a better way to do this, rather than to completely change the complete status quo of CFI by removing a finance team or merging a finance team and then adding a new team into CFI, which is essentially starting from scratch, all in the same time?
The first thing is why just about the finance merger and not actually having the Shastra sponsor team actually become a co-curricular sponsor team as well. The thing is it solely revolves on the fact that if you're actually having a co-curricular team, the team structure of current team structure should be increased. The point is how are we able to increase the team size without actually changing the efficiency or what the team is actually going. So depending on that only, I was working, and after talking with the finance team, I was able to get a confidence that the even if it was changed to co-curricular finance team, the workload, even if it's a bigger team, the part of their efficiency won't be changing what I was looking at. So I was trying to confirm that fact. And because of the fact that there's a sponsorship team which is being created. So I'll say a reason with this, because there is a team which I am planning to create, the way they both work will be exactly similar. At least pretty much except the stack part where we are using the money from stack. But other than that, Gen work will be pretty similar as the whole idea. So the plan of bringing them together. And having a separate sponsorship was basically the fact that having more. So thing is right now the part is like we need someone to actually pitch about what's happening in each club to outside. So in this case, like having a team which is actually inside C5, which understands exactly of what happening in each of the club will be a lot better than actually having a co-curricular team is what I was looking. And the amount of pitching we need actually is even more higher. So the thing is like combining having a common co-curricular response team won't be helping in that case, because the amount of work is actually way too high. There is no even though the work is similar, the exact work is actually getting multifold. But in finance team, if you say like all the work is actually streamlined so that there was more of overlap, so the team will be able to handle it. That was the major idea. And sponsor team is basically to get more outreach for C5 clubs so that we will be able to get in more sponsors for the teams or get more projects or industry visits or maybe sponsors for our events which are doing as part of C5.
Okay, now we can move to the next question. So Nishant, you can ask the question now.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
Fine. I just wanted to give you one feedback on what you only said, is that do focus on the entrepreneurship ecosystem as well in your vision, because that is what you have missed. But yeah, moving on to my question is about the scope of build school that you have mentioned. So you have written about defining the scope of build school and ensuring that it does not conflict with ESEL's campus innovation challenge. And in your feasibility, I just saw that both the heads will discuss. But as a COCAS, what do you feel your action plan should be to execute the same? Or how do you think can it be make sure that the boundaries are set?
The first point is like we'll be exploring on what exactly the event will be focusing on. So what is the idea of campus innovation challenge and what is the idea of build school? Once the basic details are formulated on what exactly is both of the events, and then we actually know the scope of so basically we know the vision of what ESL is supposed to do, what the whole plan of ESL is, and what TechSoc Sakshi should be handling. And depending on that, there'll be a collaborative decision based on where we don't actually do. The part where COCAS actually comes to the picture is about actually defining the boundaries of each of these events or each of the teams based on the vision or the purpose of each of the team is what we are looking at. So coming to a common decision where it actually doesn't affect anyone as a whole, but they're able to cover up all the factors which should be done by their specific team is what the point was covering.
Yeah, thank you, Nitin. If anybody has any other questions, please raise your hand. Okay, looks like. Yeah, so we can. Okay, Bhargavi, please ask your question now.
Yeah, so I would like to know, when are you planning to conduct this demo day? From both Nirman and ESL collaboration side.
Okay, so the date's not exactly date, but it will be happening post E-Summit actually happens. So this year E-Summit is happening in April, but most probably E-Summit will be happening a bit sooner next year, at least by March is what the team is actually expecting. But once that is done, we'll be having the demo day once the team has got proper time to recuperate from the work they have put for the thing. So this as a whole will be helping both is because the tenure plan of whatever ESL was supposed to do in the tenure will be done. And so that the students of the team will be able to pitch about what they've done. And from Nirman side, we actually this end of this just before the start of the before COVID. So like we'll have one academic year at least, so that they would have worked in the startup, so that they also will be having efficient to shows what the dates are based on.
So I would like to clarify some points regarding this. First of all, if you know that there is this whole startup showcase in eSummit, which happens where Nirman startups and all Insti startups, outside startups showcase their products. So post e-summit, having again Nirman startup showcase and then e-cell ka, achievement showcasing and all, I don't think this is feasible because a lot of repetition is happening and not much of progress is there in the startups who wants to showcase. Okay, this is one point. And the other point is Nirman is also like, if you have taken proper feasibility check from the faculty or me, I would like to say that Nirman is having plans on conducting a separate event for itself, like a flagship event, right? So we are not focusing on collaborations. And I don't think so. This collaboration can give something beneficial for Nirman. The only thing I see here is startups are there and they are showcasing it. Now, if you see, our startups are going to almost all the places where the major showcases are happening. So, having it in the institute, none of them will would like to participate that point. And I would like you I would like to ask you to check once again of the feasibility of this conducting this demo day. According to me though, this demo day might not happen, keeping in like view that Nirman wants to conduct its whole new flagship event. They might not go with these collabs. Understood.
Yes. Got it. So the point which I was trying to focus, like when we're having a mega event specific based on for Nirman, if actually there are any events which is happening for the students or the outside people, it might also fall under the purview of ESL as well. The part of here also having a combined demo day with both ESL and Nirman together is basically to actually increase the avenue of outreach so that there'll be more collaboration and we can have all these events which Nirman also wants and ESL also wants together. This is the whole point which I was trying to push, where there'll be more synergy. Because in considering the teams, the TechSoc, CFA, and Shastra are more of the technical teams, and Nirman and ESL are the entrepreneurship teams. So in this case, like having more collaboration and synergy between them will have a huge effect on the whole atmosphere in institute words I was looking at.
Yeah, we can have collaborations, but these collaborations should be well thought of, because just for the sake of having synergies and collaborations and getting mutual benefits from each other in the teams, we can't go in this way is what I feel, because this was already thought of. If you see, there are the collaborations which we are in talks with the other teams in the co-curricular sphere. We were not able to execute them because there are a lot of hurdles here, and those are valid also. You understood, right? When you're proposing a collaboration or an event, I think I feel ki you have to go deep down and trace one by one point where ESL and Nirman will be having what will each team put, what will each team get. So they should be well thought is what I am telling, because I don't see a clear feasibility written for demo day in your feasibility report. I'm making it clear to you that you should work on this more when you're proposing a collaboration.
Yes, when I was actually going, I was looking for the basics of what each team will be getting out of it, what are the benefits and what are the basic work each one will be putting is what I have thought about. But about the extra like further feasibilities, I haven't done. I accept it. So yes, that will be covered if it is going to be implemented.
Yeah. Okay. And one more thing which you have told regarding the startup recognition awards at the end of each semester. So what is your take on, like, what is your proposal to Nirman? Like, what factors should Nirman look into while deciding the best startup for that semester, according to you? Have you thought about those factors?
Okay. So there are a few of the factors I was thinking. So basically, one of the things which I was trying to focus on is to give the initial motivation for people to participate more. So once they are inside Nirman, after a few months or something, the motivation was actually dying down is what I was hearing from a few of the teams. So what I was actually trying to do was like basically this will be focused on more here, where the learning phase, where what they're doing is what we're looking at. So the part, all the things which we'll be looking at will be basically about the fact that the milestone program, where it's basically a set of all the general knowledge they should be learning, and based on that they'll be submitting few documents, and which will be verified by the team. So in this case, this also will be one of the points which will be useful for people to actually grade them, and that what is the exact improvement they have done, like from the start of like what were they just at the ideation phase and what they are at right now, how much is the prototype done or what work they have done. So each team has a different timeline of what they're working, but they would have set a timeline, and depending on how much it is followed, we also will know how much effort or what was done. So these are the separate factors which will be able to push for. And if you're looking for other startups who are in the next phase and not at the initial phase, we'll be looking at their pitch deck and the other entrepreneurship qualities which we'll be looking at is what the plan is.
No, this is like not a pretty good metric to grade the startups or grade the startups for giving entrepreneurship awards is what I feel, because milestones program which we are following now is being tweaked a little bit for them to do it more rigorously. And other entrepreneurship qualities and pitch deck, these are the factors based on which we select them into the cohort. You understand?
Yeah.
So and also there are different kind of journeys for each startup. There are hardware startups, there are startups from different sectors. So measuring success for like not success exactly, measuring improvement or measuring some metrics for them from their side to give awards and all, that you have to think about. And also I feel that it is clashing with eCell's e-awards as far as what I have discussed with the eCell heads. So I think you have to look into that also, because the benefits they get out of this per semester award, I see it very vague again. You told they'll get web operations and web operations help, and then 180 DC consulting help if they are recognized as the best startup for that semester. But what if the startup doesn't need both of them? What more can we give them? Publicizing on social media handles is like literally of very less use, because Nirman is already doing it for its startups. So have you thought about some of those, perks or incentives which you would give them after they get the award?
So that's what, like, as I told Focus also before, thing is like these are the basic ideas which I have actually got as the deliverables and what are the grading parameters, but it's still not a complete idea. I'm still looking at like what all we can give as deliverables or what we should use for the metrics or everything. So the same response what I said by the way is what is the current situation is. But yes, I understood that I need to work on more about it. The part here is like the main idea of is to motivate people inside all the startups inside Nirman to work is what the main motivation. So in that case, it's the what where I'm trying to find a difference between eCell's e-awards as well as the successful startup award, which I'm trying to initiate. And so it's more like the major issue is to actually motivate them to actually move. So it's not more of a best startup award, it's more of a successful startup working on more as like who has done more improvement or like how much the effort they have put is what we are looking at here.
Thank you, Bhargavi. Now, Pavani, you can ask a question.
Yeah, so coming to the point of you have mentioned a lot of the Shastra points, right? Okay, let me just ask this question. So you are still events and workshops core, if I'm wrong, if I'm not wrong.
I am.
So can you just list me out the recent problems which events and workshops is facing?
Meaning?
The problems which events and workshops is having right now.
So one thing is going on is basically where we are actually trying to submit all the bills for reimbursement. So this process is actually going on where some of the students are facing the fact that they were not able to get offline, hard copy of bills directly. So that is one of the issues is going on. And second thing is about the prize money as well as the certificates was about to. So all the certificates actually has been on process and most of them are actually sent. So the version how it's going, there are some issues with what the certificate template is going out as well as the prize money which should be transferred to the students, which some of the things still at stall because the money for the from the sponsor has not yet been arrived. So these are three issues which I feel is currently happening post Shastra.
And since you have mentioned a lot of points for Shastra, don't you think the points that you have mentioned in Shastra points in your manifesto are just the core level points? They are not the forecast level points.
Okay. So all these points which I mentioned is not something which one single department will be able to handle. So all the points is actually a collaboration between all the departments what you're looking at. So as a whole, there is because there is no head for Shastra, there should be someone to actually bring up all the departments together to do. And because all the points were in that case, I put it in my manifesto.
Yeah, if anybody from the audience has any more questions, please raise your hand. Okay, we can take a question from Nishan. Yeah. Okay, we have a question from Ujjwal Singh. Please ask your question now.
Hi.
Yeah, looks like we have lost.
Hello. I'm audible.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're on.
Yeah, hey, I had a question regarding the E21 workshops. So, like the first thing I would like to ask, like, why do you want to conduct E21 workshops during Shastra Junior?
Okay. So one of the major ideas basically because when we're actually doing student events for actually college students, then there could be a proper split between like students will be interested in the tech sphere or entrepreneurship. There will be a bit of overlap. But in school students, when everyone is in the learning phase, there is actually no division that people are interested in tech or entrepreneurship. So the fact is like having only the events which will be covering in Shastra Juniors is more of tech oriented, where we'll be able to have some workshop as well as the events where they can actually go through. So having a workshop regarding entrepreneurship during Shastra Juniors will actually increase their exposure is what I'm looking at.
Yeah, thank you, Nitin. Now we can take a question from Akshay. Akshay, you can ask a question.
Hello. Nitin, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Nitin, my question is related to CFI and its collaboration with Shastra, not collaboration in the sense. So many a times, CFI would need help from Shastra people and Shastra would need help from CFI people, right? That's a very routine thing. But in my personal experience, I've seen that, there is a hostility here, like people are not so open to help each other. So my question is, how do you make sure that there is, a proper transfer of knowledge and help between these two spheres at least? Okay. And of course, the other spheres.
So as you are also would have been knowing mostly, like CFA head also is actually a core team member of Shastra. So that is a process where we're actually looking for the knowledge transfer, where all the CFA head will also have the knowledge of the working of all the departments in Shastras. So this is the basic idea going on. But other than that, then it's actually based on the fact that each one is a separate team, but CFA is a separate team and Shastra is a separate team. There are more possible collaborations, but the collaboration will come at the cost where there'll be more improvement for both the teams is what we are looking at. In this case, when there is actually deliverable from CFA to Shastra or from Shastra to CFA, both teams will be looking forward to the collaboration is what I'm looking at. So we'll be trying to look on avenues where we can collaborate more with more relatives for both of them so that we will be able to bring it up.
Yeah, now we can move forward to the question from the forms. So your first question is from Amartya Prakash. What exact changes are you planning for OAP Shastra?
Okay, so there are two changes which I'm planning for ONIP department in Shastra. The first thing is to shift the hospitality vertical from Shastra to from ONIP team to publicity team. This is a reason is because publicity team is the one which is actually involved in bringing students from outside institute to inside as an audience for Shastra. So in this case, if they're handling it, will be a lot better is what we are looking at. And the case of what the knowledge which is needed to actually get the deals for hospitality, ONIP team current members and the next year ONIP current members will be able to give proper funders to them and share about the deals, what they do actually to make the thing happen. And second part we are looking at is actually to increase the team size. So right now, after if you are removing hospitality from ONIP, there will be still 5 heads who will be part of ONIP. And the plan is to increase it to 7 heads and then increasing coordinators numbers to 20. So this will be a team size which actually came up with after deciding on which teams need which 2 teams together can have a single coordinator, but there are some big teams which need one whole head to actually work for the team. And depending on the numbers, these things have been calculated. And finally, the number is to actually exceed. So the 2 changes is, one is to shift hospitality vertical from ONIP to publicity. Second thing is to increase the team structure by increasing number of heads as well as the coordinators.
Yeah, thank you, Nitin. Your next question is, what is the pros of combining Shastra Juniors and Shastra?
What is the
pros of combining Shastra Juniors and Shastra?
Okay, so as I mentioned before, one of the things is like basically having a proper publicity is what you're looking at. So in the name, the brand value of Shastra is way bigger, and having the main initiative of having Shastra Juniors is actually to impart knowledge to the school students and make them actually be more attentive and knowledgeable in the technical spheres was the plan of Shastra Juniors as a vision. So actually shifting it here will actually use the visibility of Shastra under it so that we'll be able to get more promotion, so that more students will be able to get benefit out of it. This is the first thing. And second thing is the work of Shastra and Shastra Juniors are pretty much similar. So in this case, because having it as a continuous 5-day thing will actually reduce all the work overload. And in one more plus point is basically because of the fact that we are not doing if we are actually shifting it, we won't be doing the event in September and October. In this case, the whole Shastra team will be having more time to actually think more about the theme launch, orientation session. There will be more creativity planning, as well as we can actually do these events in a bigger scale for institute as well. So that is the whole point of actually shifting Shastra Juniors to Shastra.
Yeah, your next question is, how will you increase the participation of research scholar people in the podcast sphere?
Okay. So this Gen was an issue which is actually happening every year. So this will be actually focused on by having separate events which will be happening. So in Shastra as well, we are trying to increase more events which will be focused for PhD students by having a research conference and all those things as well. This is one of the things where we'll be getting some participation. And depending on the conference, what is having, we'll be having few additional events and workshops specifically focused on MTech and PhD students and institutes so that they will be able to participate. And second part is like for inter-IT, we also have a research conclave which will be happening where students need to come and participate as well. So the point we are trying to push for here is like based on having one or like the focusing more on the selection part of the inter-IT, we'll be able to picture most the whole idea.
Thank you, Nitin. We'll be taking one more question from the audience. Mehboob Ali, you can ask your question now.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. So my question is with regard to your point about 180 DC's collaboration with Nirmal. I think it says something like advisory service. So as far as I know, 180 DC works as a consulting firm for like social cause and not as a mentorship or advisory service. So how do you think this will come under the purview, or how will they be able to take this up?
Okay. So earlier I was mentioning about the consulting help, what they'll be providing as such only. So they'll be having like multiple works like market research, marketing, design, and other requirements will be actually led by the team. So they'll be taking up so the issues of the startup. So initially at the start of the job itself, they'll be like establishing the timeline and what all they'll be doing for the team. So it's not exactly advisory, so it's not like a mentor-mentee thing, but it'll be more of the outsourcing of the issues which is happening in the startup to 180 DC so that they'll be able to do intensive research and give possible solutions of what they'll be able to.
Yeah, thank you, Nitin. With this, we have come to an end to the soapboxes of General Student Elections 2023. Thank you all for joining. Thank you, Nitin. Do make an informed choice on 3rd of March. Thank you.